Yes, what are we going over, Ms. McCraw?
Okay, so here's two cases. So yesterday there were documents that came in through the business records affidavits for authentication. However, I was limited to only utilizing the documents from someone who authored it or the defendant as a statement of party opponent. However, these two cases stand for the premise that a document prepared by a third party is admissible under the business records exception to the hearsay rule if it's incorporated and kept in the course of the testifying witness's business. The business typically relies upon the accuracy of the contents of the document and the circumstances otherwise indicate the truthfulness of the document. We have a business records affidavit attached to these. We provided that to the defense more than 14 days ahead. And then also, that would be the Bell versus State of Texas, 176 Southwest 3rd, 90. And then the Huff versus the State of Texas, 897 Southwest 2nd, 829. It stands for the premise that the records fell under the business records exception to the hearsay rule and satisfied the indicia of reliability requirement for mission
Satisfied what?
Indicia of reliability requirement for admission under confrontation clause and for confrontation clause purposes. The party need not show declarant's unavailability prior to having business records introduced and admitted at trial. So you do not, this stands for the premise that you do not have to have the author of the document so long as it is a business records and all the other requirements were satisfied. And I submit to you that they were because we had a business records affidavit and it was noticed properly ahead of time. So I would like to get into two types of records. One included the response to the grand jury subpoena with the attached business records affidavit and the 90 pages that are attached to it, as well as the business records affidavit of the aggravated perjury criminal file that was filed in the district attorney's office that also has the business records affidavit.
Defense, do you want to address that?
Well, yes, Your Honor. I mean, nobody's ever disputed that you can't have third-party things in a business record affidavit. But first, I'd like to point out the fact that...
And we're talking about the Mark Garcia's response to the subpoena, the grand jury subpoena, Exhibit 100?
We're talking about that as well as the actual criminal file we filed in our office. And we did a business records affidavit for that file as well. They're duplicative.
Oh, I see. The file to arrest Leonicio Moreno.
Right, the subsequent charge that came out of that arrest warrant, yes. And they're both actually responding to the same information, and they are duplicative, however, they're not totally inclusive.
Judge, I mean, so, I've said this, I don't know how many times before, I mean, it's a neat trick. Business record affidavit is from the DA's office. Like, their own office can write a business record affidavit and just put in a file. And we have no opportunity to cross-examine. We have no opportunity to question these witnesses. Crawford still applies to my client. She still has the ability to cross-examine witnesses and for me to do a thing. Our objection was not to hearsay. Our objection was, or solely to hearsay, our objection was to hearsay, and without these witnesses testifying, it denies her the right to cross-examine under Crawford's law. And so these cases, I mean, I'll stipulate, neither one of these cases have anything to do with the DA's office providing their own business record affidavit to get in a file. And as long as you've been on the bench, as long as you've been in practice, that has never been the practice that in punishment I can go get somebody that, hey, an employee of the DA's office, prosecutor, will you give me a business record affidavit? Now I'm going to enter this entire DA's file in. That could be a defendant's file from wherever else, and all these people and victims and everybody else has said so. I mean, it's like it's throughout this case is this intertwined DA's office being their own witnesses, being their own custodians of record, trying to fit in everything through that, and it doesn't fit because it ultimately denies her the right to cross-examine these people.
So I guess the argument, Judge, also with that statement, with the Crawford thing, we would submit a case, can restate, and argue that his act, Garcia's act of submitting that file was a statement in furtherance of a conspiracy with his co-conspirator being the defendant, Michelle Barrientes Vela.
They have not alleged that.
Well, even let's just take that for a minute, and let's just say yes, we agree he's the co-conspirator, the co-defendant, and he made certain statements. He would still have a right to cross-examine him. So that I'm still reading what this court did as to the confrontation clause. So give me a minute. What is your argument that Mark Garcia is unavailable to testify? He's not going to testify. Even if we put him on the stand, he's not going to testify.
That's right. And so what all the cases say is that
Wouldn't that make him unavailable?
it could make him unavailable, but that doesn't destroy her Sixth Amendment right doesn't go away because he asserts her fifth, because he's asserting his fifth. His assertion of a Fifth Amendment right doesn't take her sixth away. It doesn't. And additionally, all of these statements are statements that have been made to the DA's office in anticipation of some sort of criminal prosecution, which would therefore make them testimonial statements. Under Crawford, they're made to a law enforcement agency.
The state's printed out.
I do agree they're testimonial. I do agree Crawford would apply and that it would violate Crawford to not bring Mark Garcia, but Mark Garcia cannot be compelled to testify because he's under indictment, so doesn't that make him unavailable? I'm asking you.
Well,
this is something we're going to have to resolve.
It does make him unavailable. There is nothing in Crawford that says that the witness is unavailable, that the defendant doesn't have a Sixth Amendment right to cross-examine. All Crawford says is, and all it says is that they just don't get to do it. That's a simple thing. The Sixth Amendment requires cross-examination. If cross-examination cannot be supplied for whatever reason, the death of the person, the unavailability of the person, they went to Bermuda, they went to England, they're asserting their Fifth Amendment right, they're asserting spousal privilege, whatever else it is, if we can't cross-examine that statement, then it's Sixth Amendment. And you can put 18 business record affidavits on it, and it doesn't break the defendant's Sixth Amendment right to confront her witnesses.
Your Honor, he has not addressed the fact that in response to a grand jury subpoena, one of the custodian of records of Precinct 2 provided 90 pages, which is essentially the same but a little bit more of the criminal file that we received. That came directly from the precinct as their business records, not the district attorney's business records, if you so choose to buy into that argument.
This King case also stands for a proposition that co-conspirator statements are not testimonial, not hearsay. Therefore, Crawford's inapplicable. And the state will present this case to you, Judge.
Okay, well, give me that case, and do I need to rule on that for you to call your next witness? Because I'll need some time to review all this.
No, we can get through this witness before we'll need to get this done.
Okay, sounds good. Bring
Well,
your witness.
I'd like to supply with the cases.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can make copies.
I'll print them out. I had some copies up here, but I feel like I lost them.
King, and Bell. I could just ask my clerk to run copies.
That's my key one.
Do you want us to put our witness on the
Yes,
stand?
please. Did I swear the witness in yesterday?
just-
Okay, let me swear her in.
Did you need copies back, Your Honor?
Yeah, make an extra copy for Jasmine.
Your Honor, you previously swore her in the guilt phase.
Oh yeah, she remains under the same oath. Yeah. Yeah, so make an extra copy for Jasmine and then scan to Eric and bring it back.
Yeah.
She might be good.
Are we going to do Zoom?
Yes, let's try it.
Well, I guess she was sworn in for the trial, but
You were sworn in, right? But you testified? Yeah, it's the same oath, same responsibilities. Thank you. State, may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Corporal Pena, how long did you work for the defendant, Constable Vela?
About a year and a couple of months.
And what was your rank while you were working for him?
Corporal.
And currently, where are you employed?
The same precinct 2, under the DC losses.
Okay. And while you were employed with the defendant, Constable Vela, what were your job duties?
Civil process.
And what civil process?
Any type of small claims to evictions or possessions.
What about...
I did do traffic as well. I was part of her traffic.
Okay.
She had a traffic division for a little bit, and I was part of that.
And could you explain what a traffic division...
We would just go out there and run traffic.
Okay, so like pull people over for
Correct.
tickets, stuff like that?
Wait till he finishes.
Okay.
What about, did you investigate criminal cases?
No.
Okay. Do you recall an instance in February 28th of 2019 at a Family Dollar?
Yes.
And could you explain to the court what happened at that Family Dollar?
That day we were running traffic on Zasamora, and she came over Michelle Barrientes came over the radio
Okay, and what...
through dispatch.
Okay, and when you meet the radio...
Through dispatch, she asking for her traffic team to make the location of the Family Dollar off of Zasamora Street.
Okay. And how, and when you say the traffic division, how many people were in that traffic division?
4 to 5, maybe?
Okay.
4 to 5.
And was it her voice over the dispatch, or was it the dispatch?
No, it was her. She came on the radio.
Okay. So you heard Michelle Vela, the constable who's actually your boss, ask you to come over to Family Dollar.
Correct.
And when you arrived at the Family Dollar, how many constables were present?
From what
How many deputy constables were present?
From what I can recall, 3 others?
Okay. Was she present?
Yes.
And so it's yourself, 3 other deputies, and Constable Vela.
Correct.
Was there anyone else present?
From our department, no.
What about with the constable? Was there anyone present with her?
No.
And so what happened when you all arrived?
When I arrived, I remember her being really upset. I think that was probably one of the first times I had seen her upset.
And what was she upset about?
When I arrived, she was, I believe she stated that, I don't remember word for word, but it was about the manager, I believe at the time of the Family Dollar, was accusing her son of stealing shoes.
And during this incident, did you write a report?
Yes.
And Your Honor, for my reference, what state's exhibit are we on?
105.
So 105 is this one, would be this exhibit?
Yes, 105 would be that.
And you wrote a report at that time?
Yes, I was instructed to be the reporting officer.
Who instructed you to be the reporting officer?
I believe it was Chief Castanon.
During your time as a deputy constable working for Constable Vela, had you ever encountered a situation like this before?
No.
May I proceed, witness, Judge?
Yes.
I'm handing you your report. It's been marked as State's Exhibit 105. You can use it to refresh your memory. If there's a question I ask you and you don't remember, you need to look down. You obviously don't read from the document, but you can't remember. So you were called out there, and it was the constable who called y'all. She was upset about the manager accusing her son of stealing some shoes. What did she expect y'all to do? Did she tell you that?
She really didn't expect us to do anything. She was just really upset when we got there. She was just upset, and she was actually, the deputies and I pretty much stood back. She was the one that was actually, I guess, I don't know what to call it, but maybe interrogating the manager at the time.
And when you say she was interrogating the manager, are you saying that the defendant was questioning the manager?
Correct. Michelle Barrientes Vela was questioning the manager.
And what happened after that?
Judge, I'd like to be clear because, as it gets reported out, it always gets reported the first thing that gets said. That he wasn't accused of stealing shoes that day, and that hasn't been clear to the question. It was that he had done something months and months ago, and she had kicked him out of the store because she said, "You have done this months and months ago."
Well, you can cross-examine her on that, Jason.
I understand. I didn't want this testimony to go out without being challenged, and then by the time I get to cross-examination, it's already perceived as if he was stealing it.
Okay, I'll clear that up. Sorry. Okay, so didn't want to get too much into hearsay, but I'll get into that then. So the complaint from the manager, was what?
Well, the manager looked really scared. She was actually saying she was scared. She was saying she was scared, and she was saying, it was a couple of us there, so she really didn't say much. It was just more of, we stood back, and Michelle Vela was just stating that the manager was accusing her son of recognizing him as somebody who stole shoes prior.
Okay, and so the manager had recognized the defendant's son as stealing shoes in the past.
Correct.
And the reason for this current interaction was that she had actually removed him from the store?
From what I understand, he made location that day. I believe it was to To buy, I don't remember. I don't want to say. But he went into the store that day, and the manager wanted him out because she recognized him as to be a person who previously had stolen from the store before.
Okay, and so that day, the defendant's son was removed or kicked out or told to leave the Family Dollar, and then that's when the defendant, over dispatch, informed her traffic division to make the location of the Family Dollar.
Well, she had made location first.
Okay.
She made location first. She was already on location before dispatching us out there. So when she came over the radio, she sounded very, you can tell, I believe even that day dispatch came on the radio and asked her, like, are you 10-4? Are you secure? Because you can hear it. When we get into something, you can hear the change in our voices. And her voice, you can tell something was wrong.
Okay. So could you explain to the judge, in particular, at roll call, we'll fast forward, at roll call, when the discussion of Deputy Moreno or Chris De La Cerda would come up, what was the defendant's response to how you were told to interact with them?
I was told not to interact with them at all, that they were untrustworthy, that they would eventually burn me, just not to speak with them at all.
Were you allowed to say hi to them?
No. I mean, no, in her presence, probably not. I didn't say hi because she would have probably got upset. I do remember De La Cerda at the time, he was handling a counterfeit case and he did not know how to handle it. And I tried to kind of whisper to him how to go about handling that situation, and she caught me. And the next morning I got called into the office of Mark Garcia, which she was in there, Mark Garcia was in there, and she pretty much told me, I told you not to be speaking with them, you can't trust them. I believe he mentioned me in a report, so she mentioned that he would throw me under the bus, and I just said yes, ma'am.
And your reason for talking to Chris De La Cerda at that time was to help him work up a case?
Correct. He had a counterfeit issue because he was the one that was in the lobby security. So he had a counterfeit issue with the clerks. That a clerk came to him with a counterfeit issue, and he did not know how to handle that part.
Do you recall any the shirt that Leo was made to wear, the security shirt?
When I was there, Leo, I rarely saw Leo at work. I never interacted with Leo. I don't believe but it was it may have been De La Cerda, but I remember there was a shirt that De La Cerda would wear.
Okay, and the shirt that De La Cerda would wear, was it too small?
Yes.
And what did the defendant say when it was made known to her that that shirt was too small and needed to be bigger?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this. This, I believe, is going to get into a bad act. We would not give any notice of this. I'm sure the prosecution will agree that they have never given us 3707 notice, which is what they're required to do. And so, therefore, based upon that, we haven't been able to defend them.
It's part of the count two on the mistreatment of the official oppression. The statement that,
This one's Chris.
this is from count two. The mistreatment.
The statement itself, though, is not. And so, what I'm saying is that there's never been any kind of notice at all given to us about what the statement is. It says mistreatment. That can't just apply to every possible thing that anybody's ever said. This statement, we have not had any notice of at all.
Well,
Is it in the discovery?
it's in her audio recording. You're right, and he knows what statement it is because obviously I told him yesterday what the statement would be. But
Yesterday.
yes.
The first time
Or
ever,
have you had her audio recording?
Jasmine is asking where it's at. We haven't heard it.
It's provided in the discovery under the Vela attachments to the criminal case that was filed.
There was 8 terabytes, Your Honor, of that
No, there
discovery.
was
And so
2.7 terabytes.
2.7 terabytes, plus all, but what she's
Okay.
not
You're going to
mentioning.
have to answer something else at a break. You're going to have to show him exactly where it is so he can review it.
Okay, Your Honor, may I say though, for the record, that what the case law says, it does not matter if it was provided in discovery. It has to be specifically noticed under 404B and 3707 in order to be used. That's Hayden versus State.
I'll hold their filings
Yes, Your Honor.
while we keep going. How many notices did you get, like 2 or 3?
We gave 4 separate notices with a total of 28 items. However, this is specifically stated in the offenses for official oppression, which was noticed. It talks about the mistreatment and the directing of other employees to carry out those acts and of harassment. And we cannot factually put in every single thing that happened every single day, and we are not required to by law.
I didn't object to her talking about, to them asking the question about whether she was instructed not to speak to it.
Right, so that's in.
And I haven't objected to that. What I'm objecting to is the statement when the shirt was too small, what mean things she said to Moreno. And it's important because that's not noticed. And it's not noticed as something that they're
Okay,
going to
so like I said, at a break, you can review the audio recording, and I'll take up the objection at that time. And isn't there a photo of this shirt already admitted?
Yes.
And the person wearing the shirt?
It's hard to say. I believe it's Moreno wearing the shirt. However, we both were required to wear the Bailey security shirt.
All right, ask her something else, Oscar. We need to come back to this.
Thank you. Could you explain to the court, did the defendant make you put you in charge of getting officers to work certain side jobs or part-time work?
Not at a point, but it was not full-time officers, it was reserves.
Okay. And so the defendant had you organize reserve deputies to work?
Correct. At a point, but it wasn't, it was very brief. It wasn't
Okay.
long. Yeah.
And when you say at a point, very brief, about how long of a time was that?
I don't remember. I couldn't tell you a specific time frame.
Was there one in particular weekend, October 6th of 2019, it was a church event?
Yes.
And just for the court's reference, that's after the search warrant had been executed on the precinct?
I don't remember the dates, but if you have the dates, then that will tell you.
So October 6th, the church event, what did the defendant tell you about getting the reserves to work out?
I believe she had,
Your Honor, we're going to object to this aspect because this is, as we've already raised the objection in the guilt innocence phase of the trial. This was noticed to us the Friday before the Monday that we started trial. Anything having to do with reserves working. Additionally, we have not gotten any notice about this church event in the 404B or 3707 as far as what was happening there. They have not noticed us at all about any of this activity.
Okay, so as to the notice, the Friday before jury selection, the objection is overruled. And I do think it's appropriate punishment evidence.
Your Honor, 3707 says appropriate punishment evidence is appropriate if they've given proper notice and sufficient notice of it. The reason it's not appropriate is because they haven't given us a chance to defend it. It's a trial by ambush. I mean, it's not like the whole time it's been like that. And because they're giving late notice or no notice at all and expecting the court to just forgive that. And for us, it really affects her due process rights and her ability to defend against this stuff in the punishment hearing or the punishment phase. Now, they will tell you that they have not noticed 3707 or 404B any of this stuff as far as whatever's going on at the church. And they had the right to do that. And also, this was after the tampering had occurred, or after the tampering investigation, because it's October 6, 2019. But But they cannot talk about punishment things that they haven't given us notice of. I mean, the law's clear. That's how I taught her, and I want it in practice to actually work.
We gave notice, again, Friday before about her running an unlicensed security company in violation of the applications code. Also, when I filed that supplemental notice, I did it in abundance of caution because it's always been the state's contention and argument that that crime was contextual and the motivation for why she committed the initial tampering. However, it still was noticed to defense the weekend before trial, so provided this cover. And yeah,
Guys.
Sorry. No, and I understand that, yes, this October 6th event happened after the search warrant was executed. However, this defense was still on notice that she was running an unlicensed security company in violation of the occupation code, which is what this evidence was established.
Objection is overruled.
What did she tell you in particular about getting reserve deputies to work at that church event?
She just asked me to try to find people that would work that, but also, wherever the officers are stationed, she went back there and stated, that she needed officers to work it, full-time at that point, and because nobody would, I believe nobody, volunteered to work that church, because it was going to be comp time. It wasn't going to be paid. It was going to be comp time. So then she went back. I couldn't find anybody to work it, the amount of people that she needed at the time. So she went back there and requested for everybody to work it, pretty much, for a lot of people to work it. So, but I wasn't one of them because I went out of town with my children too.
And so rather than getting paid, these officers were supposed to get comp time?
We were going to get comp time, correct.
Did you then learn or discover that payment was being made for this event?
Object to hearsay, and I don't know how she learned or discovered it. Also,
So, hearsay is sustainable. She didn't work it. How would she know?
Did you make a phone call to the defendant?
I did, on my way back from my trip with my children.
And what did she say in that phone call?
Your Honor, at this point, if they are trying to say that there was payment that was being made at this church event, none of this was noticed of. The state is not telling you that it was, but they know that it was not. None of it was noticed, that she was getting paid, that there was people working comp time versus getting paid. The comp time issue, the witnesses just testified, these are full-time deputies. So that is not even under the reserve issue we were just talking about. And under 3707, no notice was provided to us about this incident, about comp time versus being paid, nothing.
Well, the notice says she was running a private security company in violation of the Texas Occupations Code. So,
The notice that,
isn't
that-
all of this contextual to that?
I think what they're going to try to say is that she was paying them comp time and then taking the money that they were getting paid. And that is another theft offense. They never charged, they haven't proved up, and they've never given us notice of it.
What notice did you give to that end? Because that's different than violating the Texas Occupations Code.
I guess the state's argument, the state's response to that on the violation of the occupation code, all that conduct is in violation of the occupation code because she's essentially running a security company, which would be I send officers out there to go perform work, and either they get paid a certain amount or they don't get paid at all in my pocket, or allegedly case.
And that second part is a crime that they have to give notice of under 3707.
Which would be part of running an unlicensed security company.
But running the unlicensed security company has a very specific intent that you would have to prove of outside of the penal code. So we're not operating the penal code, we're operating an occupations code. And you would have to show a very specific intent. And then the manner and means, did you tell them how she was running the private security company?
It's I guess we're establishing the defendant's inducement of getting officers to a location to work in violation.
You can do that, but anything about payments, you need to give more specific notice, and we can take that up at a break. Which I think you've already established that she induced other deputies to go work the church.
Right, okay, so I'll move on, Judge.
And payment was received ultimately, right?
Well,
By
Yes.
I object to that. I don't know how she knows that.
Same. We're not going to talk about payments.
Move along.
No, but it's the same.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you recall any threats being made upon the office?
Specific to,
Leo Moreno's filing of a complaint against the Constable Vela?
not specifically to that, but it was more like if pretty much we'd get in trouble if we were caught talking to them. That's what it was.
Okay, so I'll ask it this way. Because Leo Moreno filed a EEOC complaint against the defendant, Constable Vela, did that filing take away from any civil process duties that you had at the precinct?
Again, when I started working there, he wasn't there, so I didn't see a difference just because he didn't work with me. I didn't work alongside him. He was already off, or I don't know what happened. I mean, when I started working there, he wasn't there. I just maybe saw him once or twice, and then I think I don't know what happened to him.
Did you have to take any precautionary measures because of on or off duty, because of any threats that were made against the agency, because of any filings that Leo Moreno made against the constable?
I believe she had mentioned everything she would tell us about Leo was hearsay. I never heard it out of his mouth. I never saw Leo. I never spoke with Leo. So everything that was told to us was through her. I never got to distinguish for myself whether he was a good person or not, whether he is trustworthy or not. Because again, I did not work alongside Leo. Everything that was told to me, his character was being built by her words.
Did you ever receive any death threats or threats of violence from third parties outside the agency based on what Leo Moreno had filed against the constable?
Me personally, no.
Did you have to change any measures or take any precautionary measures on or off duty based on any threats of violence that third parties made against you based on what he filed?
Me personally?
Correct.
No. I don't believe any threats were made against him. If so, I'm not aware of that.
And pass the witness, Judge.
Yes.
Yes, you know. I guess I want to start out going back to the Family Dollar. You did write a report on that.
Correct.
And you have that report up there?
That's right here.
Okay. So, and you can look at it if you need to help you answer any questions. But I mean, basically, one of the things that I heard you say is that when you heard Michelle on the radio, she sounded upset.
She did.
And you're a mother.
Yes.
And so, I mean, did she sound upset like a mother would be upset at their child abuse or something they didn't do?
No. She sounded, I mean, the reason I say no is because, I don't know, we're not supposed to bring our child, like our personal, right, lives to work. So she sounded like an officer upset. An officer in trouble, that's what she sounded like, an officer in trouble.
Okay. But I guess what I'm saying is, I know you're not supposed to, but as a mother, that would upset you to have the child abuse something, right? You would be upset.
I would be upset, but I don't think to that extent to go make the location.
I understand. And you may disagree with how it occurred. When you were there, and the way that you wrote the report, was that it was a question. So really, what I guess what happened is that Carlos Vela Jr. was accused of stealing some months before, and then was kicked out of the store, and said you stole. But when you got there and they were questioned, and the manager was being questioned about it, the manager said, "Well, hey, I never called the police before." Right?
Correct. She did say that. From my report, she did say that.
And she said, I think I have video of that incident, but then she didn't or couldn't access it. She said, maybe you have to go to corporate.
Yes, that's what's in here.
And so in a situation that if she did have video and it showed that he was stealing shoes, then that would be some evidence that he actually was guilty of doing that, right?
If that evidence was there, but she stated that she would have to go through corporate, which most businesses you do have to. You can't just go and say, "Hey, let me see a video." You should know that there's got to have subpoena for that or a warrant for that. You can't just go in there and ask for video.
Well, but she offered as part of your report. Though, she said, "I can show you the video," and then she went and said, "Oh, I can't actually show you the video."
I'm going to. Correct. Well, it says at first she stated she had video and pictures, but later retracted that she would have to request it on forward.
Right. So she said, "Hey, I have video and pictures," and everybody said, "Good. Let's see if this kid was actually doing that." And then there wasn't anything, and so everybody left. Right?
Correct. We left with
Took no further action, is what you said in your report.
no further action taken on this.
That's right. And so, and I understand. I understand that you may believe, like, if I were in that situation, I wouldn't do that. But I guess what I'm asking you to acknowledge is that there was an attempt to see if this person had done the thing that he was accused of doing, and then nobody could say that he did. So he was thrown out of a place for a woman saying, "I saw something 3 months ago or 4 months ago." Right? I mean, that's basically what happened.
When I got there, all of that had already finished. So what happened prior to me getting there, all I saw was when I arrived, Michelle Barrientes was highly upset. We did not know what was going on. We didn't know that it had to do with her son. We didn't know. We were caught off guard. So as Michelle Barrientes was talking to the manager, then is when we realized, oh, okay, well, it's about her son and alleging theft. And so I don't know what happened prior to me arriving.
Well, I guess I'm looking at your report.
Yeah.
She said that it happened a couple months back. She didn't call the police. She didn't kick him out of the store at the time. She kicked him out of the store months later. And so I guess ultimately, you took the report. There wasn't any evidence that they could see that they had that he had done this thing, and then everybody left, and no further action was taken.
At that time, correct.
All right. So, as far as Deputy Moreno and Chris de la Cerda, you said that you were told not to talk to them because they were untrustworthy and that they would eventually burn you. Is that right?
Correct.
And you would agree that at the time you believed that Michelle had your best interest, that she wanted you to succeed in the job.
At the beginning, I did. Truthfully, I did.
And so, when she's telling you, I don't want you to talk to them for your sake, did you understand or know what was going on as far as the EEOC complaint? And all
No, I
that?
had no idea. I had no idea why she felt so strongly that way. I didn't know. I didn't ask. I just...
Did you know that Moreno had been fired for submitting T-Cole training that was not actual T-Cole training? And he was fired for lying about his T-Cole training.
At the time, no. Now I do. But at the time, no.
Okay. And so, would you lie on your T-Cole training?
No.
All right. Of course not. And would that be something, would that be a dishonest act?
Yes.
Right. So, a person who you said at the beginning, I mean, there was a time that you felt like she wanted you to succeed in the job that you had at the Precinct 2, right?
At the beginning, yes. At the end, no.
Okay. Well, let's talk about it at the time. She is telling you to stay away from somebody who has been fired for lying, right? And she's saying that this person is untrustworthy, right?
Yes. That's what she's telling everybody else, including myself.
Right. And what we know now is it's true. I mean, yeah, that's what he was fired for, is being dishonest. So this is a person who was fired for being dishonest, went and got his job back through an arbitrator. And now he's back in the precinct, showing up for work every day after he'd been fired for being dishonest. And so can you understand in that scenario that she would want you to stay away from that person who had been fired for being dishonest?
I can understand that.
And she would tell you that this person is untrustworthy and that he can, he may do something to hurt your career if you associate with this person.
If that's what she meant, right, and she didn't say it that way, it was just don't talk to him, and that's it. So, I mean, if that's what she meant, right, she would know that.
Sure, but I guess what I'm saying is that you kind of saw just a sliver of what was going on.
Correct, because I didn't know what was going on, and that I had just gotten hired. I did not know what was going on. I did not know what I was walking into.
You didn't know what you were walking into.
Correct.
And isn't it a good thing that there was somebody there to warn you about who there had been fired for being dishonest? Even if she didn't use those words.
In the beginning, yes, but in the end, she wasn't. She showed me different.
I understand. I understand that there's other personal things and personal and professional, that's later done. What I'm talking about specifically is her telling you to stay away from Miranda and Davis, sir.
If that's what she told me, yes.
Right. And so the did you know that Lieutenant Meyer had made a report saying that he believed that every complaint that Moreno made in the EEOC was not true, was false?
No, I don't.
And so I guess, and that's all going on April of 2018. And so when did you get hired on?
May 29th, 2018?
Okay, so this is all happening a month before you get hired.
Okay.
And so it's all, I guess, going on at the time. There was, you said firing, and then you didn't really have much contact with Moreno.
No.
And you kind of worked your job, and you did your job your way, and you let him do his.
Correct.
And regardless of whether, I know that they were kind of making it very specific. Were you ever made aware of any threats that were made to or about deputies at Precinct 2 while you were working there with Michelle as constable?
I can't say yes, Mike, but I don't remember. But it was like, we got to a point where it was just a lot of drama. So a lot of things, for me, I would block out, or I wouldn't really pay too much attention to, honestly.
Sure. Well, and I guess, as far as the drama is concerned, I'm not necessarily talking about in-house drama, because we've heard something about that. I'm more trying to focus you on what the prosecutor was asking at the very end, which is, what he was saying is, did you have any threats from the public or were unable to do your job based upon the filings of Leo Moreno? And that's very specific, and a lot of times threats can happen and you don't know why they're happening. So what I'm just trying to do is put it more general. At any time that you work, were you aware of any, not necessarily threats or any disruptions from the general public or any accusations from the general public that made you feel, or that made the precinct feel unsafe?
No, the only time I felt unsafe was towards the end.
I understand. So for instance, when the person known as Mexican Padilla was doing, videoing Lieutenant Minor in the lobby, and then there were calls coming in from auditors that they're going to go out to the precinct and write all your license plates down, all your personal license plates, and publish them. I guess, were you aware that any of that was going on?
I was aware of the Mexican Padilla going on, but not to that extent. I wouldn't pay attention. I wouldn't, no.
Okay, and so I guess what I'm trying to establish then is that there were things going on, maybe threats that you just, even though that they existed, you either were not aware of them or you were not, that didn't register in your mind as connecting. And so you didn't know that there were threats to write down your license plate numbers of your personal vehicles.
I didn't know that.
Okay.
Or I don't remember.
Okay, and that's fine. Which I guess would mean, so the answer would be, is there may have been things that were going on that you just weren't aware of, or you didn't know how, or if they were affecting your job at all, because you either don't remember them or you didn't feel that effect. Is that fair to say?
From the Mexican Padilla people?
Well, I'm not talking about just Mexican Padilla.
So in general.
Right.
So in general, I did feel, like I said, I did feel towards the end a threat. I think that... no, not from the public, from inside.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. I'm keeping you in
the only other one is, I would say, as far as the license plate, the remembering is Mary Jane, I believe it's her friend that would come in and take our license plate. I think that's the only, other than that, as far as anyone else, no.
So I guess you understand Mexican Padilla, right?
I do.
I'm not talking about him just as an individual. What I'm talking about is that kind of, I guess that kind of thing that law enforcement has to experience a lot when they go out to the public, and they have people, First Amendment people, who record them and follow them around and do all of that stuff. Did you have any other incidents like that you were aware of? That's kind of what I'm asking.
No, just whatever happened in the office when he went to the office. I believe he had an interaction with Lieutenant Minor, but I didn't know the extent. I didn't feel threatened by it. No, by him, no.
Understood, and that's all I was really trying to say. Okay.
Based on your report, what year was Carlos Jr. born?
1994.
Okay. And this incident, the Family Dollar, occurred in 2019?
2/28/2019.
Okay. So that would put Carlos Jr. about 24, 25 years old?
Yes.
Okay.
And when you were testifying earlier, you said that the traffic division was called or dispatched by the constable to the Family Dollar.
Yes.
What duty, and then how many people were in the, just for my memory, how many people were on that traffic division at the time working?
4 or 5.
And what duties were the traffic division taken away from in order to deal with what was going on at the Family Dollar?
Just holding traffic. We strictly did traffic.
And you stated that you felt unsafe towards the end. What did you mean by that?
Your Honor, that was non-responsive. I didn't object to non-responsive, but I was specifically, and my question was specific about outside. I had not gotten any notice about any of this, and so I was not trying to elicit that, and so, and just because she does answer, I mean, they could coach her to do that, you know. I'm just saying I'm not saying they did, but I'm saying that would encourage that kind of behavior.
You asked her.
I didn't ask her, though, about what was going on inside. I said from outside threats from outside, going off of what he said about, or did you have any threats based upon the EEOC filing and complaint from the outside, from the public, that didn't allow you to do your job? And I specifically told her. She kept trying to go the other place, and I could have objected to non-responsive. But these are non-responsive answers. And every time she did, I brought her back to what was happening outside. I don't know what she's going to say, because I wasn't giving any notice of this.
What did you mean by that?
So in the beginning I did, she offered me a job. I was very grateful, still now to this day, right? In the beginning I did feel she looked out for me. But little instances where my name kept coming up on reports where I wasn't at.
Your Honor, and I'm going to object to this. This was not noticed for us at all. Like, we have no notice of any of this under 3707. I did not open the door by my specific question, trying to just clarify what they had asked on their direct examination about a specific thing that had nothing to do with this.
How is this relevant?
We'll withdraw at this point.
Okay.
Move on. Who was the ultimate boss of the constable's office?
Michelle Barrientes.
Was she in charge of all ultimate decisions?
I would assume so, along with her chief.
And I'm going to show you this document. It states Exhibit 106, Judge, my approach to witness. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 106?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's an information report that I was instructed to write.
Who instructed you to write that?
It was most of the admin at the time, I believe.
Okay. When you say most of the admin, who did?
Constable, from Lieutenant Minor to Captain Garcia, Chief Castillo, and Constable at the time, Michelle.
And do you recall when you were told to write that document?
I know it was after Moreno got sworn in.
And you stated that you were told to write an information report. What was that information report about?
If we've ever been hazed.
And what was your response to that?
At that time, no. I mean, I had never experienced hazing.
And then on the document, we see your badge number as signing, is that correct? Up here? And then underneath that it says approved by. Do you see a scratched out signature? Or a scratched out name?
Yes, Lieutenant J. Minor.
Okay, and then you see another badge number? What badge number is up there?
203.
And whose badge number is that?
At the time, that was Jeremy Miners.
Okay. And so you guys were instructed to write your own information reports about whether you've been hazed or not and file them?
Correct.
Were you told why you needed to do that?
Because Moreno, at the time, I believe he was stating that he had been hazed.
And passed away.
You're on that person. That's the 106.
I don't have, he took it.
Oh, regard.
Okay. So on this date we're talking about was August 28th of 2018? Is that right? And then you, I guess, you said that you had not been, at this point, you had not been subject to any hazing?
No.
And that's what you wrote down?
Correct.
Oh, you might have to talk to the mic. So the, I guess you said that you were told by admin, it looks like it has Lieutenant Miner on here. Was he part of admin when you were there?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess, did he tell you that, hey, you need to write down here that you hadn't been hazed? Or did he tell you, I need you to write down whether or not you've ever been hazed?
Whether or not we've been hazed.
Okay. You're unlawful, 106.
Any objection to state 106?
No objection.
106 is received in evidence.
That's it.
No further questions.
I have a question. The family law or family dollar incident, you said that you overheard the constable on dispatch to show up to the family dollar
Yes.
for the traffic people.
To have her traffic unit make her location.
And was there a traffic issue?
No.
So what did you do?
We responded to her call.
3 or 4 people
Yes.
inside the store?
Yes.
How many times did you do that when you worked for her?
Twice. Twice that she had us do that.
Your Honor, we'll just object. We were doing those.
Well, I didn't anticipate asking questions, but if you guys don't ask questions and I still have something that's not clear, I'm gonna ask.
I'm not objecting to you asking questions. It's just that now her answer has gone into something under 3707 that we weren't given notice of by the prosecutor.
Well, I don't need to know anything further. I just asked how many times.
Yes, Your Honor.
Was your constable any of those 2 times in danger?
No. From no.
Okay. I don't have anything else. Does anybody wish to inquire based on what I've asked?
No objection.
May she be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may step down. Remember that the rules has been revoked. You're still subject to the same order, the standing order. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony. Call your next witness.
At this time, State Fellow Deputy Kelvin O'Neill to the stand.
He's been sworn, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Before he gets on the stand, I am prepared to address only the business records issue. I read all of the cases that you provided me. And the issue that I don't think you can overcome state is that the records, so I understand what your cases say, that ordinarily business records are kept in the normal course of business. Banks keep records, the phone companies keep records. So their trustworthiness is not really an issue. And in the cases, there's a footnote 14, clearly explains that in those cases, the defense did have a chance to cross-examine a witness regarding those records. But my concern is the nature of these records, which it sounds to me that they were prepared in preparation for the arrest and prosecution of Leo Moreno. And that nature makes them different. They are entitled to cross-examine the witnesses. So unless you're going to put Mark Garcia up there.
I guess my thought, Judge, is they're in preparation in furtherance of a crime, which was the unlawful arrest of Moreno, which was done by a co-conspirator, which is why we can't call her co-conspirator, because he would have a Fifth Amendment to not self-incriminate.
Right, but that doesn't outweigh her right to cross-examine under the Sixth. So I'm going to sustain the objection to confrontation. I have not fully identified how many notices you filed for 404B. I'm still looking at them, so I'm not prepared to go forward on that issue. But can we get O'Neill on?
Yes.
Come on up, Deputy O'Neill. Thank you for your patience.
Yes, ma'am.
So just the mic she was speaking to.
You were previously sworn, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You remain under the same oath.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. The state, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Deputy O'Neill, how long did you work for Constable Vela?
I started back in 2018.
And what were your duties then?
My duties when I first started as a full-time officer,
Yes.
full-time to do civil traffic.
And traffic, were you part of the traffic division?
At one time, yes.
And what were the duties of the traffic division at that time?
The duties were to enforce traffic laws.
So you would pull people over if they were speeding, tickets, kind of things like that?
Yes.
Showing you what you marked the State's Exhibit 107. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And what is that document?
It looks like a document that we signed about me being sworn in and not being hazed or hazing others.
And so that document, that information report, who told you to write that?
We wrote it as direction as our constable.
And so, what's the date that was written?
It looks like the date that was written was 8/28/19.
During your time employed with Constable Vela, do you recall being instructed by her to not speak to Aliniso Moreno and Cristo Cerda?
Yes.
And did she give a reason about why you were not allowed to speak or talk to them?
Just because they were, I don't know what their deal was when I came in, but we weren't allowed to converse with them. We were just told to stay away from them.
Were you employed or working the last day of Constable Vela's office or tenure?
Yes.
And do you recall what happened that day?
The very final day?
Yes.
Yes. The very final day in office, she instructed us to.
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point. None of this has been noticed to us under 3707.
It's under the condition of the facility.
The condition of the facility, that this specific instance was not noticed to us.
Can you give date and time, or dates? I have finally found some of the notices and I'm reading through them.
Well, the notice that I guess that they're talking about was filed on the Friday before trial. But it still doesn't give us any notice of this.
Why don't we take a break to address this issue because the notices are very lengthy and I'm still reading through them. So let's take a break so that we can figure this out. Deputy O'Neill, you can step down. We'll call you back in when we're ready.
Yes, ma'am.
To look at the filing dates, Judge, but one of the notices under number 5 on or about October 10, 2019.
Don't want this over.
Oh, no.
No, we're talking.
That's what he's reading. Go ahead.
Yeah, I found the facility. I'm assuming you do now. Found the facility and the finances and the condition that it
Sounds
appears.
like Leticia Vasquez can testify to that.
Well, because she wasn't there the night before.
I'm going to allow that testimony. Mr. Goss, what did you need to add for the record?
Yes, Your Honor. I just want to make it clear for the record that this is well after the FBI has already raided the facilities. And so this is in late October of 2019. The FBI has raided the facilities already a month before. The prosecution, in their evidence, has never, ever alleged that she ever destroyed any records. As far as tampering goes, they specifically did not allege that she destroyed it. They took it out of their indictment because they have no allegation whatsoever that she ever destroyed anything. They allege concealing on one part, not the destruction, and then they allege making, knowing that it is false, with the intent to affect an investigation. And so we respectfully disagree with the court that this is far beyond the transaction itself. This is not it doesn't go to their allegations. All they want it for is for punishment. All they want it for is to have an additional offense or an additional bad act because they're not alleging she tampered with any of these documents. So an additional bad act that is nebulous and that is only going to punishment. It does not have anything to do with the crime that they've alleged. And it is not same transaction contextual because it is stretched so thin, and this is so far beyond the time that the FBI raided that she has now been denied due process under the United States Constitution and the Texas Constitution. Due process in order to be able to defend against this, to be able to gather together witnesses, if they exist, to know and understand that they exist, to rebut what this witness is going to say, because none of this, if the court will know, none of this has ever been given to us in any of the notices. And so we respectfully disagree. We ask the court to reconsider the ruling.
Well, I am still overruling your objection. O'Neill, you can come on up.
And I'm sorry, Judge, just for the clarity of the record, is the court making a finding that the notice was not properly given, but that it was same transaction contextual?
That's what I'm making a finding of. The state also just told me that shredding records is not in and of itself a crime. So I'm interested to hear what they're offering it for if it's not a crime. So,
Yes, sir.
I am the fact finder after all.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of your objections are for the record, but there's no jury in the box. I'm still the fact finder.
I understand. I appreciate you letting me make the record because I know you know how important it is for us. So thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Cummings.
Thank you. Deputy O'Neill, were you ordered to shred documents on the last day of the constable's office?
Yes.
And what documents were those?
I couldn't tell you what they were, to be honest with you. All I know is that they were documents.
What about the quantity? Do you recall the quantity of documents?
Quite a few.
And then do you recall the purchase of office supplies?
Well, sometimes we purchased our own office supplies. We didn't have enough office supplies, so myself and other deputies would get our own stuff.
And when you say office supplies, what are you talking about?
Pens, notepads, pencils, whiteout, things of that nature.
Would you then get reimbursed by the county, or how did that work?
Well, they told us to turn in our receipts. I did at one time turn in receipt, but I didn't get anything back, so
Here, I'm sorry, just to check, I have not got any notice on this, under 3707, I don't even believe it's contemporary, where it's safe transaction protection with the tampering.
It's on the rules.
And what about, was there a supply closet located at the facility?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to go inside of the supply closet?
No, sir.
Why not?
Because it stayed under lock and key.
And pass the witness, Judge.
Your Honor, I don't have any questions. At this time, this may be a witness I'd like to recall those, based upon some of the things transpiring.
Okay. Deputy O'Neill, how many times were you called to shred documents?
Just that night, Your Honor.
And what was different about that night?
It was the last night of her elected position. So that night, I guess she had stuff she wanted to get rid of.
Were you part of that office before the constable?
No, ma'am. I was there under her
Under
leadership.
her. So you
Yes,
have
ma'am.
no knowledge if any other constables have the same practice when there's a change in administration?
No, ma'am.
Now, this issue with the supplies, did you ever tell her, I need you to get me supplies?
We would talk to our administrator. So
Who is that? I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry. It will go from either the corporals to the sergeants on to the captain on up.
So up.
Up the chain. Yes, ma'am.
Did you ask for supplies up the chain?
Yes, ma'am. We did ask for supplies.
And nobody complied?
No.
Did you ever follow up to see why nobody would comply?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt, but we did have an objection to speculation when he said, I think that she might have just wanted to get rid of stuff, because I don't think, in his answer, he kind of stated that he didn't know, he was just speculating, assuming why she was doing that.
Is that an objection?
It's speculation. I just didn't want to interrupt at the time, that just for the record, that was a speculative answer by the witness about what the motive was or the intent of the constable to shred documents.
Okay, that's untitled. It's over.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm sorry, I just didn't want to object in the middle of what's objected.
Anything else before he steps down?
No.
Sorry, you can step down. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
You're excused. Do you have another witness we can do in 15 minutes?
Your Honor, just for housekeeping, in that situation, you would prefer to object all the time. This is just housekeeping. We prefer to object all the time. Okay, I will. Just, I didn't want to be rude before.
I mean, I'm hopeful that I could get through the next witness in 15 minutes, at least the direct portion.
Who is?
Josh Lugo.
We're really not sure.
But I'm not sure, give him a cross and then.
Okay, so do you just want to recess for lunch and start back up at 1 o'clock? It's 45 minutes. Oh, I'm sorry, my court reporter's indicating he needs more than 45 minutes.
Yes, Your Honor, we appreciate that.
Okay, let's do 1:15.
Thank you.
Thank you. You need to go home.
mic. You have to be like right up on it. All right. Okay.
You were sworn in yesterday, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you remain under the same oath. State, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. And I believe we're on State's Exhibit 107, is that correct? Judge? 108? Oh, 108. Deputy Lugo, could you introduce yourself to the court and spell your last name for the court reporter?
Sure. My name is
Hang
Deputy
on,
Lugo.
Oscar. 107, I don't have anything marked.
I have something marked as 107.
Oh, yes, I don't think we admitted 107.
Yeah.
Okay, so 108. I apologize for the interruption.
Then at this time, State moves to admit State's Exhibit 107. It was the same as 106, but a different deputy.
I didn't think it was the same as 106.
It's a different deputy. Like the contextually, it's the same
Same
information.
O'Neill saying we want the names or something.
Sure.
Okay.
107 is received in evidence. So you're on 108, State.
Thank you. Deputy Lugo, could you introduce yourself to the court and spell your last name for the court reporter?
Sure. My name is Deputy Lugo. Last name is Lugo.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a Bexar County Constable officer.
And where do you work?
7723 Lugo Constable's Office, Bexar County. Bexar County Precinct 2.
And did you work for Constable Michelle Barrientes Vela?
I did.
For how long?
When she was in office, about 2 years, if I'm mistaken.
And what were your duties when you worked for her?
I was in the civil division. I did writs, eviction citations, some traffic.
And when you say traffic, were you part of the traffic unit for some time?
I was moved around quite often.
I'm showing you, my first witness, Judge?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 108. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is that document?
It's an information report.
And what's the information that you're reporting on?
The information that I was reported on this particular document that stating that I was not hazed.
And not hazed in what context?
Just in the meaning of haze, have I been ridiculed, made fun of in any way?
And who told you to make this information report?
Michelle Barrientes Vela.
What date did you make this report?
Here on the document says 8/28/18.
And so in making that information report, around that time, how long had you already been working at the constable's office, Precinct 2?
I was hired in 2017, so this about a year.
Okay. And on that document, it's asking if you were ever hazed during your swearing in.
It does.
And so just for the court's knowledge, your swearing in, when would that have occurred?
It happened when she took office,
Okay.
when she was elected.
So the initial time when she was,
Yes.
around what year was that?
I don't recall.
And then, State moves to admit what's been marked as State's Exhibit 108. Evidence.
I don't have any objection.
108 is admitted.
Do you recall, while working there at Precinct 2, given an instruction by the defendant, Constable Michelle Barrientes Vela, to not speak or talk to Leonicio Moreno or Cristela Serva?
I do.
And what was her instruction regarding that?
Her instruction, which I remember very vaguely, it was not to speak to Moreno or the Serta, specifically them.
Did she say why?
because they're not part of our team. Those are her words.
And then, was there an occasion that you were at a funeral where Michelle Barrientes Vela was present and Leonicio Moreno was also present?
Yes.
And what happened at that funeral?
When I arrived at the funeral, I opened the doors to wherever they had the ceremony. As I was open, she was walking out, and I noticed Moreno and the sort of sitting in what seemed to be like pews, and that's what happened that day.
Did you speak to Moreno and De La Cerda?
I sure did. After the ceremony, we spoke in the hallway. We spoke outside the building where the ceremony took place.
Did she become aware? Did Michelle Barrientes Vela become aware that you had spoken to them at this funeral?
She did.
How do you know she became aware of that?
I brought it to her attention. I noticed I was being treated a little different. So I exercised my chain of command to talk to her.
And so when you say that you noticed that you were being treated differently, what do you mean by that?
Your Honor, I'll object. We've been given no 3707 notice of this at all.
Overruled.
What do you mean by that?
So what I mean is, me as an officer, I would work part-times. I would submit a permission to work these part-times. And after that date, they were revoked the very next day.
And who was in control of revoking your part-time?
Michelle Barrientes Vela.
Just object, reserve objection, there's no notice. And at least that there can be acknowledgement on the record for the state that they did not provide notice in this incident, specifically. Just so the appellate record is clear that I'm telling the truth when I said there's no notice at all in any of these documents under 3707.
What's your response statement?
State's argument would be that it's contextual to the official oppression allegations, in that anyone that deals with Leonicio Moreno or Cristo Cerda would be subject to repercussions and retaliation in the form of the elected constable, and because of that, that then alienated both Leonicio Moreno and Cristo Cerda while they're during their employment with Precinct 2. So therefore, there are people who now are known, hey, I cannot speak to those guys because of X, Y, and Z, so they are now unided of themselves. So this is contextual to those two cases.
And Your Honor, what I would say is that only applies under 404B, which only applies when they're trying those cases in their case in chief. This is not a case in chief. They can't contextualize all the punishment evidence as well, or otherwise it will swallow up 3707. Basically, functionally, I just have no notice or ability to defend it.
We gave 3707 notice with regards to that we would be speaking about the official oppression cases.
Yeah, it's overruled.
So the defendant was ultimately in charge of your work permits?
Yes, she had sole control over what gets approved or denied.
What ultimately happened with your work permits?
Like I mentioned, the next day in the morning during roll call, I was notified that any work permits outside Bexar County are revoked, and that affected me directly.
Did you ever speak to the defendant about this?
I did. When I used the chain of command, nobody knew why it was being revoked. So initially I made myself to her office, and I asked her directly if I'm being punished or I needed to correct my behavior. And she told me it's because she doesn't want me to leak information to Leonicio or De La Cerda.
Sorry, can I Can I just clarify, that was the response to why your part-time approval was revoked?
Yes, because she was aware that I was at the funeral, and she thought I was. She knew I was friends with Leonicio and Moreno. I mean Leonicio and De La Cerda, and she wanted no part of me talking to them. She made it clear in roll call. But it was unexpected for me to know that Leonicio and De La Cerda were attending the funeral.
Based on the, did you ever receive any third-party threats of violence, death threats, assaults, based on any filings that Leonicio Moreno made against Constable Michelle Barrientes Vela?
I did not.
Did you experience any harassment or retaliation? Scratch the question.
Tomorrow, what was the question?
I scratched. I quit your. So you testified that your job duties were more mainly the civil process functions of the constable's office. Based on any filings that Leonicio Moreno made against Constable Vela, was the result of those filings, did that have any impact on your functions of performing your duties of civil process or any other job duties while you were employed with the Constable Precinct 2's office?
No, none whatsoever.
Did you have to take any extra precautionary measures on duty or off duty because of any threats made against you or the agency as a result of any filings made by Leonicio Moreno against Constable Vela?
No, sir.
While you were working at Precinct 2, did you see Leonicio Moreno required to wear a different uniform than the ones issued to the other deputies of the Precinct 2 office?
No, I did see De La Cerda wearing something that said bailiff on his back.
Okay, sorry, my apologies. You saw Chris De La Cerda wear a security shirt or different type of uniform?
Yes, it said bailiff on his back.
Based on what and you testified that you saw Leonicio Moreno and Chris De La Cerda as friends of yours, did you feel that your job and your employment could be in jeopardy if you remained friends with them?
Yes, I felt like I was given a choice: be friends or have your job not being questioned or secluded from or treated like Leonicio or De La Cerda.
Absolutely.
Okay, were you actually given that choice? Did somebody call you and say, either be friends with them, or you won't and not be a deputy, or be a deputy and not be friends? Was that actually ever that was told to you?
What was told to me in roll call by Michelle Barrientes Vela was not to speak with him, and if we make that choice, that we make the same choice as they did, which was break the law.
Well, I mean, they did break the law. Well, at least Murada. You were aware of that. He got fired for lying on his teeth. Did you know that?
No.
See, I mean, and that's the thing. There was stuff about them that you didn't know at the time, or you're saying that you don't know. But he was fired for lying about his TCOL training. And then TCOL itself wrote a disciplinary in his file, and he got fired. And then he got an auditor to give him his job back. So by the time you were dealing with him, you're dealing with somebody who's been fired for lying, right?
Yes.
Okay. And as a new deputy and as somebody who wanted to succeed in your job, associating with somebody who'd been fired for lying might not be a good thing for you. You'd agree with that?
Yes, but just to answer his question it was given a choice. It felt like a choice to me.
I know it felt like a choice to you. What I'm saying is that the issue and the problem is that you didn't have all the information. And is what you're telling us now. Is you didn't know that he had been fired for lying. Right?
Right.
And I mean, if you hadn't known that, that would be something that you probably want to avoid that person at work so that you didn't get caught up in whatever that he was doing to get fired.
I'm responsible for my own choices. I wouldn't get caught up.
I understand. But there is I guess at some point you can agree that that you were having these feelings without having all the information that you have now today. Do you know when he was fired and then when he was...
Not the exact dates.
Okay, but you did know he was fired.
I did.
But you didn't know why.
No.
Okay, and did you know when he got his job back and he was...
Not the exact dates again.
Okay, but you did know he was reinstated.
Yes.
But you didn't know why.
No.
And so I'm sure you assumed that it was because she didn't like him and she fired him or whatever. Like, there was no reason, or that's what he told you, I guess.
Maybe.
Okay, but in fact it was, no doubt everybody here agrees that he lied about his training to TCOL, and TCOL busted him on it, and then he got fired for that, which is, well, would you ever lie on your training to TCOL?
No.
Right? Because as an officer, you're expected to uphold the highest of credibility and truthfulness and honesty, right?
Right.
All right. So, I mean, let's talk about bailiffs. It's a noble profession. You would agree?
Talk about what, I'm sorry?
Bailiffs. It's a noble profession.
Right. I've been in.
It's honorable.
Yes.
Right? The reason that they're here is to protect, I mean, they are specifically in charge of protecting the people in the courtroom, like you and like me and like the judge, right?
Correct.
There's nothing embarrassing or humiliating about working as a bailiff.
No.
There's nothing embarrassing or humiliating about wearing a shirt that identifies you as a bailiff.
I never wore that shirt.
I understand. But if you were to wear that shirt, you would be embarrassed or humiliated that you wore a shirt that said bailiff on it.
I can't speak about that because I never wore it.
I understand, but you can speak about your feelings. Would you be humiliated and embarrassed wearing a shirt?
Speculation. Call for speculation.
I'm asking his own feelings.
Hypothetical.
Would you be embarrassed or humiliated? I mean, you can tell the truth if you would.
I would.
Okay, then let's explore that. What is humiliating about being a bailiff?
Nothing.
Okay. What is embarrassing about being a bailiff?
Because no embarrassment being a bailiff.
Exactly. And so a shirt that identifies you as that, like I've said before, it didn't say dunce on the back, it said bailiff, which is what he was at the time, right?
Yes.
Okay. I just, to make it clear, I think that there's this vein that's running through here that somehow a bailiff is somebody lesser. And you would agree with me that that's not true.
That's not true.
They're law enforcement and they're important. To all of us. All right. So, about the precautionary measures, well, let me ask you this, though. You talked to Ranger Freeman about this, and Judge, I'm going to go into this and talk to him about some of the things I objected about. I just want to make sure the court's aware I'm not waiving my objection to the lack of notice, but because it was overruled, I need to cross-examine on some of those issues. you talked to Ranger Freeman about this incident where you had been seen talking to Moreno, and then you said that your work permits had been revoked, but you said outside of Bear County. Is that
Right.
okay? But inside of Bear County, that you were finding it's just outside.
Right.
Okay. But you remember when you talked to Ranger Freeman, you said you felt like it was a direct correlation, but it may not have been. But you just felt like it was.
Michelle Barrientes Vela told me in her office that it was because I was going to give information to Leonicio or De La Cerda.
Right, but when you talked to Ranger Freeman, you didn't say that. You said it felt like it was direct, but it might not have been direct.
Right.
Okay, and so I know that you're saying that now, but I just want to talk about the fact when you had an opportunity, like when it was fresh in your mind 3 years ago, you said it felt like it was direct, it might not have been. You did talk to him about the fact that she said she didn't want you to leak information, but now you admitted at the time you didn't know that A, Moreno had been fired for lying, and B, that maybe you did that Lieutenant Minor testified that Moreno was doing everything he could to disrupt the office, the constable's office, for an entire year. Did you know that, or did you ever witness that?
No.
Okay, but he testified to that that's what was going on, maybe that you didn't know about, but that he was intentionally trying to hurt the office that you worked for. And you didn't know that, did you?
No.
Okay, but right now, sitting there right now in the same office that you work for, if somebody was in that office intentionally trying to hurt the office and hurt your ability to do your duties, do you expect that your constable would take action against that person?
I can't decide what she does.
Would you take action if you were in charge? Would you stop somebody from intentionally hurting your own office?
Probably I would.
Yeah, absolutely you would. I mean, of course you would. Who wouldn't? Right? And so, but these are facts that you didn't know. Maybe that they were going on in admin, maybe above. But at the time, there was a real risk that this person was taking information to try to hurt the office, because by making the office look bad, then he could run against her and say that the office was bad. Not really mentioning the fact that he's the one that did it, right?
Right.
Okay, and it's just stuff you didn't know about at the time, and I understand that. But ultimately, your work permits were never revoked for inside Bear County, and then outside Bear County, they were restored 2 weeks later.
Right.
Okay. Your Honor, I'll pass the witness. I do maybe have, I might need to recall him. I believe he's in town. If that's the case, then we'll be looking for it on the week of October.
Okay. Yes?
Briefly, Judge. So you testified that the defendant told you he's not part of our team,
Yes.
and so the uniform that you're wearing right now, what's on it? If there's patches,
This patch is a badge and my name tag.
okay. And do all the deputy constables wear that uniform?
They do.
And just like the sheriff's deputies have their own uniform,
Yes.
and that includes also bailiffs in the courtroom.
It does.
And however, Chris De La Cerda did not have that uniform on when he was bailiff.
I don't recall.
Instead, what did he have, a T-shirt?
I just remember his back having the bailiff in white lettering. The shirt was black.
And then going back to the work permits, during that time how the funeral happens, and then when do your work permits get pulled?
The next day, next morning.
Okay. To your knowledge, have there been any complaints lodged against you about any of those side jobs, that you maybe weren't showing up on time, that you were late, or did something wrong?
Not once.
Were you notified of any other reason besides speaking to Leonicio Moreno and Chris De La Cerda as a reason why your work permits were being pulled?
No, and the reason I say no, because I asked the chain of command, meaning my sergeant at the time, and then the lieutenant at the time, and then the captain, and then nobody had a direct answer. But Michelle Barrientes Vela had the direct answer.
And that direct answer was what?
Because I'm friends with Leo Licio and De La Cerda, and did not want to leak information.
Absolutely.
I mean, I'll just go back to that. You talked to Ranger Freeman right when that happened, and you told him, I felt like it was direct, but it might not have been. Right? Okay. So now you were testifying with absolute certainty, and actually this time you said even different. The first time you said because she didn't want you to leak information to him.
Right.
But now you're saying because she directly told you, oh, because you're friends with them. Right? No, that's two different things.
Right.
You agree. So you're adding things that you've never said before from your direct examination to your redirect examination to try to show that it was direct. But you would agree that at the time, if you felt like it was direct and you didn't have a question about it, you would have told Ranger Freeman that.
Right.
But you told Ranger Freeman, I felt like it was direct, but it might not have been.
Correct. And now I guess I'm remembering now.
Okay, I know, but you're remembering now, but now is 3 years after this thing happened. How many times have you talked to the prosecution?
Maybe 2.
Okay, and those 2 times they talked to you about this and you knew that they wanted you to come say whatever bad thing you could say about her. That was their purpose for calling you in.
They didn't say that. That was a purpose.
Well, right, but you knew that they weren't calling you to say nice stuff about her.
No, I didn't know that either.
You thought that they might have been calling you to say nice stuff about Michelle Barrientes.
Objection argumentative.
They never mentioned what was I going to say.
Okay, but you told them and you talked about it. Did they let you listen to your statement?
Yes.
Okay, and in your statement you heard yourself saying it might have been direct, but it might not have been. I don't know.
Right.
but now you're absolutely 100% clear that it was direct.
Yes.
All right. Pass it.
Have you and I ever spoken to each other?
No, sir.
Did I tell you what to say?
No, sir.
Absolutely.
I don't have a problem. Except, as we said, just remain in back.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Lugo, you are subject to recall. You can step back. Next witness.
State Falls, Deputy Murada.
How do you spell M-O-R-A-N?
M-U-R-A-D.
Oh, Murada.
Murada. Gabriel.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you remain under the same oath.
Thank you, sir. Deputy Murada, would you introduce yourself to the court and spell your last name for the court, sir?
My name is Gabriel Murad. I'm a police officer with Harlandale PD, and my last name is Murad, Mike Uniform Romeo Alpha Delta.
And how long have you been a police officer with Harlandale PD?
A year right now.
And did you work for Constable Michelle Barrientes Vela under Precinct 2?
Yes, sir.
How long did you work for her there?
From 2019, April 2019 till 2021 after the administration changed.
What was your beginning date working with Michelle Barrientes Vela?
It was around April 2019.
And what were your duties there?
I was a reserve deputy. I went out sometimes with the deputies to serve papers, and most of the time I was outside in the front desk.
Were you ever full-time there?
No, sir.
Did you ever work any side jobs or part-time events?
Part-times with the precinct, yes.
What events did you work?
I did 3 events that had the Catholic Church, and that was it.
Were you paid for those events?
No.
How were you compensated for working those events?
I was not compensated. We never got paid.
Did you know Chris De La Cerda?
Yes.
How did you know him?
I met him when I first started there.
Did you know Benicio Moreno?
Yes, sir.
And how did you know him?
I also met him when I first started.
Did the defendant, the constable Michelle Barrientes Vela, ever tell you anything about them, about how your behavior should be around them?
I was warned not to speak to both of them and not to associate with them.
And who told you that?
Constable and Chief and Castillo and Lieutenant Minor.
And when the defendant told you not to speak to them, did she give a reason why?
In a way, it was kind of like in a threatening way, saying you really don't want to talk to them if you don't want any problems, so don't associate with them.
Did you feel that based on that statement that you conversing with them or speaking to them would be an impact on your employment or your job?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall Chris De La Cerda being told to perform bailiff duties?
Yes, sir, he was.
And what uniform was he told to wear?
He wasn't wearing the same uniform that we were wearing. It was some like a generic uniform, different than what we were wearing, more like a polo shirt.
And when you say uniform, is the current uniform, well, you're actually with Harlandale PD, so the uniform that you're talking about is the one that has the patches and the badge on it?
Yes, sir, similar to what I'm wearing right now, just different patches.
Okay.
That's the uniform that we were wearing, not Chris De La Cerda.
He was given a different uniform?
Yes, sir.
And then were you present on the last day of Constable Vela's administration?
I was.
Do you recall her telling you or anyone there to shred documents?
Your Honor, we'll redo our objection.
Yes, sir.
707.
Hang on, there's an objection you want to bring up.
Sorry.
We're doing our objection in the notice. We were never given notice of any shredding of documents by this witness. I'll remind the court that we have had this discussion beforehand in the trial when they called the deputy. And or maybe officer, I'm sorry. But we told the court at the time that there was not any reports, any statements made by this person, there was nothing in any of the discovery about any of the information that he would provide. And additionally, they didn't provide us any notice that he would come and testify to the shred.
Overruled.
Were you told to shred documents?
Yes, sir.
Did the defendant give you a reason why to shred those documents?
No, all they said is, here's these papers or boxes, and whatever's in the boxes, just shred them.
Were there other people present that last day removing documents or shredding documents that were not a part of the administration or employed at the constable office?
Yes, sir.
Who were those people?
Her husband and her MJ, Mary J, I think they call her. And also, there was one more person, I don't remember who was it, but they were there.
What were they doing?
Some of them were actually taking boxes and bags, black bags full of documents and papers out to her vehicle.
And did you see the defendant empty any files into a trash bag?
There was a lot of, they were throwing a lot of stuff in the trash. I mean,
And that's what it is.
So you started work in April of 2019 as a reserve, right?
yes, sir, in that time frame.
And now you work over in Harlandale with Mark Oliveras, who we heard testify in the guilt innocence case.
Could you please clarify that? I do work with Mark Oliveras, yes.
Right, the Harlandale ISD.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how long did you say you worked there?
Right now, it's been August 23rd. That would be my first year
All right.
of this year.
Do you know Mark well?
He's my corporal. He's a supervisor.
Okay. He's your direct supervisor.
He's one of the supervisors.
Okay. And you said your time there was spent, most of your time was spent outside the front desk.
Yes.
Right. And like I guess you said you had side job or part-time events at, I guess, the Catholic events.
Yes, it was. There were events, which is they used to call it the constables events, and 3 of those events were at the Catholic Church.
All right. Did you have to work a certain amount of time per month to maintain your certification?
Yes, sir.
I guess they call it hours work.
It's the TCO hours that we have to put in as reserve deputies.
And how much time do you remember a month?
I have to come in 3 days out of the month. Sometimes I used to come in a little bit more than that. Sometimes 4 days.
Okay, and so when you work, so as a reserve deputy, the only thing that you can get paid for is working, I guess, like lane closures?
Yes, lane closures. Yes, sir.
Right. So when, I guess, there's testimony that you never got paid, you're not supposed to get paid for anything but lane closures.
There was at those events where I was present, where the people, they came up and they told me that.
You're not an objective, you're saying.
The same.
So here's what I'm saying.
Okay.
You, as a reserve deputy,
Right.
are not supposed to be paid for anything except lane closures.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, that's the question that I'm asking.
Right.
And that's been mentioned several times throughout, and Your Honor, we renew our objection to those things and based upon the notice, but I'm having a cross statement because they keep talking about it. The
Objection is overruled.
Yes, Your Honor, I understand that. I'm just putting on the record because I have seen appellate courts sometimes say that I've waived the objection because now I'm speaking about it and not notifying the court that I'm still maintaining the objection. So that's the only reason I'm doing it. I do understand the rule. And then that would also apply to this next section. Well, I guess not to this next section. So what you said was that the constable, Castillo, Chief Castillo, and Lieutenant Minor all told you not to associate with Moreno de la Cerda, right?
Along with the constable as well, she said that.
Well, I think I said the constable first. Constable, Chief Castillo,
Right.
Lieutenant Minor.
Yes, sir.
And what you said is it felt to you like a threat. You really don't want to talk to them if you don't want any problems.
Right. That is a threat.
Well, you felt like it was. But let's look at it. Well, let's look at it from a different angle. Did you know at the time that Moreno had been fired for lying to Tico about his training?
Objection, evidence at this point.
Your Honor, we're going to examine whether or not it's a threat, or whether or not it's a valid warning to somebody if they don't want problems.
I understand. Overruled.
Did you know at the time that Moreno had been fired in April of 2018 or before for lying on his T-code in his training?
No, sir. I met him when I first came in and I applied. He was there at the front desk.
I understand. But so your answer to my question is no, you did not know that.
I didn't know that, sir.
Okay. Would you ever lie on your T-code?
Have I ever lied to my T-code? No, sir.
Would you ever?
No, sir.
Why wouldn't?
Why would I?
Well, that's what I'm asking. What you said that no, sir. Why wouldn't?
Why wouldn't he or why wouldn't I?
Why wouldn't you?
Because I would never lie, sir. I mean, I have no reason to.
It's important to be honest,
Yes, sir.
right? And
Yes, sir.
especially as an officer, it's important to be honest.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you didn't know what they knew. See, they knew that he had been fired for lying on his T-code, and he was reinstated by an arbitrator, and they were forced to take him back as an employee after he had been fired for lying on his T-code.
Okay.
T-code made a notation in his file that he had lied about his training hours and that. And so he was dishonest, and he was found to be dishonest and fired for being dishonest. And you didn't know that.
Okay.
Well, so here's my point. So it seems to you like a threat, but also, it could also be a warning that you're dealing with somebody who has been fired for lying and for being dishonest.
Object, argumentative, attorney testifying.
Overruled.
You understand that?
I understand what you're saying, but it was a threat. It's not something that I thought. It was actual threat.
I understand, but unless you want to change the language that was used, it was important when you testified that you testified truthfully and accurately about the language that was used, correct?
Okay.
I'm asking you, correct?
Correct, sir.
Correct about that. The language you used, you really don't want to talk to them if you don't want any problems.
Right.
Okay. Now that can be, you don't want any problems from me, right? And that's
Okay.
how you took it, right? I'm constable. You don't want to talk to them if you don't want any problems from me. It could mean that, right? And
Okay.
that's how you took it.
Right.
But a reasonable person could also mean if you don't want any problems by associating with a liar and somebody who's dishonest and who has been fired for being dishonest.
Well, she could have worded it differently, but the way she said it was a direct threat to me.
I understand that you believe that, but I'm saying if you just looked at it from a different angle of, except I hate Michelle all the time, and looked at it from just a different angle, you could see that it could be a warning that you're dealing with somebody who had been fired for dishonesty.
I don't see it that way, sir. The way she said it was actually a direct threat to me. If I said it to someone else right now, it would sound as a direct threat from me to that person. Okay? The way she said it to me was a direct threat from her to me.
I understand. But when we talk about direct threat, it was actually, if we look at it, it was actually indirect. Because she didn't say, you'll have problems from me, did she?
Yes, she did.
See, and that's what I'm talking about. When you said it earlier, you didn't say that she said that, and now you're saying that she did. You understand the difference? You're adding that to make it look like what you believe is the actual truth rather than what you said.
3 individuals were there at that time. That was the first interview when I had to work at that precinct. And she was the first to say that to me. She said that to me, saying, if you don't want any problems, you will have problems. I'll be having problems if I don't want any problems. Do not associate with them. That was a direct threat.
I understand. I wrote down exactly what you said.
Okay.
You really don't want to talk to them if you don't want any problems.
Okay.
And now you're testifying, and she says you don't want any problems with me.
She said it. She's the one who said it. If I tell you you don't want problems with me, I'm actually giving you that directive straight to you. I'm telling you that you don't want any threats from me.
That's correct.
Okay. She said that's how she said it to me. It was a direct threat to me.
Except you really don't want to talk to them if you don't want any problems. You see, you're adding with me. You're adding that onto what you testified to, and you're changing the meaning of it by adding that in on cross-examination. Hey, you could have said whatever you wanted to say. I wrote down exactly what you said.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
And you didn't add to me or with me. You'll have problems with me. You said you don't want any problems. And now once I pointed out that it can be ambiguous, now you're adding with me because that's how you felt about it. I understand that's how you felt. But what I'm saying is, can you accept that somebody, they had information that you didn't have about who these people are and about what they had been doing.
It doesn't matter, sir. I mean,
There's an objection.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I should have said objection has to be made.
That is the same. Move on to your next question.
The uniform that De La Sera was wearing, it was a uniform that identified him as a bailiff, right?
it was a uniform different from what we were wearing, totally different. It did not identify him as a bailiff. It didn't say bailiff on it.
All right.
You got a question, Liz? State's 86. What does that say?
Bailiff security.
Bailiff security. So it did identify him as a bailiff.
Okay.
So when you testified it didn't, you were wrong.
I don't recall seeing that actual lettering in the back like that.
I understand. And it's okay that you're wrong, you're mistaken. But we've been having this conversation as if you could never be mistaken. And you were mistaken about that. It does say bailiff on it.
It's not that. That's not the one that I saw. It was different than the one I saw.
Well, it's the one
The one I saw just says security in the back.
Okay, well, it's the one the state entered as an example of what Fort De La Cerda was forced to wear when he was on duty. But you would agree that there's nothing shameful about being a bailiff?
No,
You agree that there's nothing humiliating about being a bailiff?
I don't see what. No.
And nothing shameful or humiliating about being identified as a bailiff on your uniform?
No, sir.
Okay. And at the time, where you were informed that if you wanted to wear a shirt like that, if you were working security or you were working in the area on the inside of Precinct 2, that you could buy that uniform if you wanted.
No, sir.
You weren't informed of that?
No, sir.
But you could.
No, sir. Nobody
Because
told me.
reserves, they don't get their own uniform. They have to buy their own uniform.
And other reserve deputies, we were wearing exactly the same uniform that every other deputy, full-time deputy that was on duty at that whatever day that they were working.
Sure, but he was working as a bailiff and he was wearing a shirt that identified him as such.
I guess so.
And the patches and everything else that identified him Precinct 2 also. You see it? You want to see the picture? These patches here on either side of...
Okay.
Okay. I'll pass.
And so you testified that you saw a different type of shirt, which was a polo shirt,
Yes, sir.
versus the T-shirt that we see in the state's exhibit.
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long have you been a peace officer?
Since 5 years now.
And in your training and experience as a police officer, have you been around different courts?
Just at the JP court and over here.
At JP Court here? Okay. And have you encountered or experienced where deputies or deputies from the same organization are wearing different uniforms based on their employment as court security or bailiffs?
No, sir.
Was this the only time that you had seen this?
Yes, sir.
Could you explain to the judge, as a reserve deputy, what were your duties to the constable's office?
My duties was similar to a full-time deputy. I'll go out with them, I'll ride with them, we'll serve papers, we'll help out the deputies while they're out in the field, and also the front desk and the courts.
And then we talked about the church events, the
Yes.
3 that you worked as a side job and weren't compensated for.
Yes, sir.
Those, what were your duties at those events?
Supposedly, we were supposed to go there and just conduct closures, but apparently it wasn't like that. They made us just park our vehicles and get out and just walk around amongst the people and make sure everything was secure and nobody has any complaints, or if there was something going on that we could react to it.
So when you went to this church event on those 3 different occasions, you were actually providing security?
Yes, sir.
And could you explain to the court, when you talk about lane closures, when you're assigned to one of those jobs, what are you doing?
Lane closures, when you're assigned to a lane closure job, you have to have a vehicle that's outfitted with 3 lights all over your vehicle, and you have to be in a closure which is actually closed by cones, and a traffic company that has that part of the street closed with cones, and you park your vehicle in there with your lights on, where it's visible to other oncoming civilian vehicles that they could see that there's an actual closure in the area.
And were these procedures and practices done at this church event?
Some of the vehicles were out there with lights on, but nobody was like at their vehicles. They were just walking around the event doing security.
So you were not conducting a lane closure?
No, sir.
So based on any filings that Leonicio Moreno made against Constable Vela, in particular the EEOC complaints, did you personally experience any threats, whether it be emails or letters or verbal threats from any third parties or people from the public?
No, sir.
And so you just talk about your job duties were similar to full-time deputies' job duties at the precinct. Based on any filings made by Leonicio Moreno against Constable Vela, did you experience any disruptions or anything, or did those filings prevent you from exercising or completing your duties or tasks while employed as a reserve deputy at Constable Precinct 2?
Can you please clarify that question, please?
So based on Leonicio Moreno filing a complaint against the defendant,
Okay.
Michelle Barrientes, did his action of filing that complaint affect you from performing your job duties as a reserve deputy?
No, sir.
And based on Leonicio Moreno filing any complaint, EEOC complaints against the defendant, Michelle Barrientes Vela, were you required to take any precautionary measures or safety measures as a result of receiving any death threats or threats of violence, whether that be on duty or off duty against yourself?
No, sir.
Pass the witness.
So, is it officer?
I'm an officer, yes, sir.
Officer. So Officer Murada, those last questions I asked you, when did you start at Precinct 2?
Around April 2019.
Okay. Just to have the court take judicial notice of this affidavit for arrest warrant, this was April 2019. So of course, whether or not you knew of anything that would happen on the EEOC, that was after the affidavit for arrest warrant had already.
I didn't know anything about the E EEOC.
I know, and it's because you didn't start until basically after all of that had ended and all of that had been said. That was all going on the year before you started.
I guess so.
Okay, that's fine.
No further questions.
Can you step down?
Yes, ma'am.
Is he subject to recall?
I'll say yes, probably not, but just we'd like to have a subject to recall on the question.
All right, Officer Murada, you are excused, but you are subject to recall. So just stay in touch with the DA in case they need you, okay? But you may step down, thank you. Next witness.
Your Honor, maybe take it.
Yes, I'm gonna see if I can take a plea while you guys take a break.
Are we recessed?
Mm-hmm, we're recessed.
Sorry.
Marquez.
Yeah, Marquez. I don't know what's in that.
So I told one of the assignments.
Make sure you're speaking to that mic. Let it be right up on it. All right up on it.
Officer Marquez, were you sworn in yesterday?
No, ma'am, I was not.
You raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Did you also get a copy? You could put your hand down, please. Did you also get a copy of the standing order in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you know your responsibilities?
I do.
to Testify? Thank you, sir. State, you may proceed.
Good afternoon. Could you please introduce yourself to the judge and spell your name?
Corporal Max Marquez. My full name is Maximiliano, Maximiliano.
Okay, and Corporal, did you get that? Okay. And where are you employed at the present time?
I'm employed with Bexar County Precinct 2.
And how long have you been a peace officer?
I started back in Bexar County Precinct 2 as a reserve in January of 2018, hired full-time in April of 2018. So as of that time.
And before that, were you employed by any other law enforcement agency?
I was employed here at the courthouse, at the Bexar County Courthouse. Yeah, and then I just transferred over, but not as an officer.
I see. So your first job as an officer is at Precinct 2?
That's correct.
And did the defendant, Constable Vela, hire you?
Yes.
And so you stayed a reserve for over a year?
No, it's about 3 months.
Oh, 3 months. Okay.
Yes.
So in January of 2018, you were reserved, and then you became full-time in April of 2018?
Yes.
So I'm sorry, I wrote 19. Okay. What were your duties when you first began as a reserve?
I would attend events at Rodriguez Park and just do my hours. At that time, it was 24 hours. So wherever they needed me, I would show up and assist because I was still full-time over here.
So when you say 24 hours, is that 24 hours a month?
24 hours a month.
And that would go towards your commitment in order for your commission to be carried by Precinct 2?
Yes.
And did you do all of your outside part-time events at Rodriguez Park?
or were there any other locations?
I do not recall.
And when you worked Rodriguez Park, those hours counted towards your 25 hours a month?
24?
I'm sorry, 24 hours a month?
Yes.
And you were not compensated for that?
No, ma'am.
And is that because you were a reserve officer?
Yes.
What were your, did your other official duties, not the part-time work, but the official duties as a reserve, what did that entail?
Could you specify?
Sure, like did you go out on traffic patrol or did you do civil process?
I would do ride-alongs with some of the full-time deputies there and assist wherever they needed me.
And would that include traffic as well as civil process?
Yes.
And then when you became full-time, what changed in your duties?
As a full-time deputy, now I'm working 40 hours a week there, and I'm doing civil process, a little bit of traffic, a little bit of everything wherever they needed me at the precinct.
Did you do any bailiff duty?
I did, but further into my tenure there, I did.
Okay. And what did your bailiff duty entail? I mean, what are the duties of a bailiff?
Court security, provide security for the general public and the judge, and just make sure everything's in a good standings and nobody's acting out of order.
And did you wear the same uniform that you wore when you were doing other duties?
I did.
You did not get any special shirt that said bailiff security?
I did not.
Did you notice anybody else who got that shirt?
I worked with Chris De La Cerda, who had that shirt, which was a polo shirt that had the word bailiff, but it was incorrectly spelled in the back.
Incorrectly, how was it spelled?
I want to say a couple of the letters were peeling and hanging by a thread, and I know one of the letters was missing. So it was
I see, because it was falling off the shirt?
That is correct.
Okay, I see. What color was that shirt, do you recall?
Blue polo.
A blue polo? How well did you know Chris De La Cerda?
I wouldn't say I knew him personally. I knew him more on a professional level, just working with him there in the court.
And because of your job, that's how you met him?
That's correct.
How about Leo Moreno?
I did not know him. Maybe saw him not even a handful of times. Did never really work with him.
Okay. During roll call or at any other time, were you directed on how your behavior would be towards Leo Moreno or Chris De La Cerda?
Yes.
And what was that?
To stay away from them. Do not make conversation with them. Just told not to interact with them.
Were you told that to treat any other deputies that way?
Later down the line, yes.
Who was that?
That was a former sergeant that used to be there, Jerry Loera.
Your Honor, we're going to object. We have no 3707 notice of this.
What's wrong?
Sustained.
Did you know why you were being directed to stay away or not have a conversation with them?
We were informed by Michelle Vela and Anthony Castillo that they were not the greatest of people and they made poor judgment and to...
I'm sorry, not the what?
Greatest of people?
Greatest.
To be around, yeah.
All right. To be around?
To be around and just their bad acts would kind of rub off on us or just to kind of stay away from that.
And did they clarify or explain what those bad acts were?
They would brief us here and there, but they didn't really go into detail with everything.
Do you recall being present when Moreno was sworn in?
No.
No? Were you required to fill out any type of report about hazing?
No.
Let me, what is the next number, Yonder?
109.
I'm going to hand you what's marked the State's Exhibit 109. If you could just read that to yourself to refresh your memory.
Okay.
Is that your report?
This is my report. Am I ready?
And do you recall having to prepare that?
I do not recollect those events as I was just on board, so it was quite a bit ago.
Pretty new, you are new on the job.
I was still new, yes.
Okay. But as your report, do you believe that that is an accurate report that you wrote?
At that time, yes.
What do you mean by that?
At that time, what I mean is because as I was still new, I felt a lot of the, it's kind of hard to say, but I felt like a lot of times people were manipulated, whether because they were new and did not know any better, and that can go for a lot of the newer deputies there.
I object to the vagueness of this statement. I object to the fact that I don't understand who manipulated, but if he was going to say that she was manipulative, then again, we'd have no 3707 notices. We weren't given notice at all that they were going to testify to these acts. And he did have a statement before, but it was not, he didn't say anything like this in his previous
Yeah,
statement.
it's a statement on that one.
Do you recall why it was you were writing that report? Only if you recall. It was a long time ago, so if you don't, that's totally
You already
understandable.
answered, you didn't recall.
Yeah, I did.
After reading it, you didn't recall.
And do you recall who may have directed you to write that report?
I did not recollect the
Okay.
time.
You had mentioned that you were directed to stay away and have no conversation with Moreno or De La Cerda. Did you feel like there would be a consequence if you violated that order?
Yes.
And what consequence was that?
I was still on probation, possibly termination.
So you felt your job would be in jeopardy if you violated that order?
Yes.
Do you, I'm going to hand you what's marked the State's Exhibit 110. Just take a look at this. Is that one of your reports?
Yes.
Do you recall making that report?
Yes.
Do you recall attending or being ordered to show up at a location at Leo Anicio Moreno's residence?
Yes.
And what was the purpose for showing up at that residence?
I wasn't briefed on what the purpose was. I was just told to show up at that location.
And did you observe anything when you showed up at the location?
I observed Officer Duquette, who was a sergeant at the time, having a conversation with him.
And did you know why he was having a conversation with him?
Again, I wasn't briefed on any of that at the time. I was just told to make the location. That's it.
And were you told what your purpose would be in making that location?
No, ma'am, I do not remember.
Do you recall how many people showed up to the location?
5 to 6.
Officers?
That's correct.
And did you each come in your own vehicle?
Yes.
And based on what you recall regarding the conversation between Moreno and Duquette, what did you observe occurring? If you recall.
I didn't hear any of their conversation, but I did observe Moreno hand Officer Duquette his handgun, his duty weapon. There you go.
And that whole exchange, did it last very long?
No, not long at all.
Was it pretty much without incident? Like
Yes.
no disturbance?
Yes.
So during the time you were employed at Precinct 2 under Constable Vela's tenure, and you were handling civil process, were any of those duties affected by Moreno filing any EEOC complaint against Constable Vela?
Any of my duties affected, or any of the office duties?
First of all, your duties.
I was never personally affected by it. No.
Did you observe anybody being affected in the performance of their duties based on Moreno filing an EEOC complaint?
I can't speak on how they felt,
Okay.
but it was a stressful place. I could say that.
Okay. And did you observe any threatening emails, letters, social media, or phone calls endangering the lives of the deputies or the civilian staff based on Moreno filing an EEOC complaint?
Me personally, no.
Did you ever have to take any precautionary measures when on duty or off duty because of death threats to the agency due to Moreno filing the EEOC complaint?
I think just putting in the line of duty, you're always affected with, when you put on the uniform, threats and harm in the society. So it's kind of hard because you stay on your toes all the time to say that's the only reason you're going to feel.
So you're just cautious as a law enforcement officer?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
But specifically, because Moreno filed an EEOC complaint against Constable Vela, because of that, did you directly take precautionary measures?
For myself, I can speak, I would say no.
Past witness?
I'm sorry, are you still at Precinct 2?
Yes, sir.
You said Corporal, right?
Yes.
Okay, Corporal Marquez. My name is Jason Goss. I represent Michelle, so I have a few questions for you.
Okay.
So if I have this right, from your testimony, you were only reserved for about a month and a half before you were full-time.
January is when I started the office. I was not officially sworn in. I was attending the office, and then I got sworn in at a later date, and then I got re-sworn in. So there was a conflict with paperwork at that time when I was in the office.
Yeah, I guess it's not a trick. I'm just when you interviewed with Ranger Freeman about this, you had told him that you started as a reserve in March 2018. and you were full-time by May of 2018. Second.
Again, if you're going off the official paper, then it would be March, possibly March, but I know I was there in February, as I was working here and working over there.
Oh, you were over here.
I was over here, yeah.
Okay, and where did you work when you were deputy? The Bear County.
No, I wasn't here as a deputy, I was here as a civilian, so I worked a lot with the district clerk's office and also the DA's office here.
I understand. And what work did you do for the DAs?
Pulling criminal folders, whether it be over there in the archives, setting it up, boxes, folders, and getting it set to, at that time, Mr. LaHood's office.
Understood. So you were, when Nico was DA, you were...
When y'all request exhibits or folders of cases,
Right.
then a lot of times I would bring those over and take it to the 4th floor.
Understood. Yeah, because I mean, I'm looking at your TICO, and it just has your full-time starting in May of 2018.
Okay.
May 6th or 16th. But regardless, you were reserved for a short time, and then you've been full-time for a long time.
Okay.
You'd agree with that?
Not necessarily, I wouldn't.
How long have you been full-time?
Since April 2018. So, I mean, would you consider that? I don't consider it a long time.
Well, I just mean in comparison to the time that you were reserved.
I guess so. Yeah, you could say so.
I mean, we're talking about 4 years you've been a full-time deputy.
Yeah.
And you were reserved for a matter of a month or
Yeah.
so. So you would say that 4 years is greater than a month or so.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, it's not a trick. I'm just trying to establish like when you're reserved, when you're full-time. You said when you started full-time, you're working 40 hours a week. You said you knew Chris De La Cerda, and we've been talking about Moreno, but it applies to De La Cerda too. Did you know that they were both fired for lying on the default?
As I said, we were briefed on it, but I didn't personally research it, no.
And you said that I guess you were told they were not the greatest people that had poor judgment.
Yes.
Would you agree that lying about your TPOL hours, your training hours, is poor judgment?
Again, I didn't do any personal research,
I'm asking.
so I don't know. I mean,
Okay. When they ask you questions, you were free with your answers, and I just...
yes, I understand, but I mean, I don't like to judge people because I think we all make mistakes. We all
Sure.
human.
But let's talk about that
So-
mistake. Have you made that mistake? Have you lied about your TPOL hours?
No,
Would you?
no.
Because if you did, would you consider that to be poor judgment?
Yes,
Dishonest?
yes.
Okay. That's all I'm trying to say.
Okay.
Is that, you know, we've been hearing about these two and about how you've been told to stay away from these two, but the reason you've been told to stay away from them is because they got fired for lying.
Again, I didn't know what they were.
But now you
So, okay.
So now, you know, when you're looking back and you're thinking, okay, so I was being told that, but there was a reason for me to be told that because they were, TPOL was put in their file that they had lied about. I mean, TPOL found that they found them out and said he lied about his training.
Okay.
Okay. So, I mean, that's pretty serious. I guess it's a pretty serious mistake to make if you're a peace officer. You would agree with that?
Yes.
Right. So, because at that time when this is happening, it's kind of right about the time that you're being hired. And you know, one of the things I guess that you saw, you said it was stressful, you know, around there, right?
Yes.
Okay, but you also had two deputies who have been fired, have now been reinstated, and they're basically unfireable now, and they can do whatever they want to cause stress within the office.
I wouldn't say that's where the stress came from.
I understand. But what I'm saying is that you at the time, you didn't know that they had been basically forcibly reinserted back into an office that they had been fired from for being dishonest.
When I started there, they were not in office yet.
They hadn't come back yet.
Huh?
They hadn't come back yet.
They had not come back yet.
Right. But I guess what I'm saying is that do you have anybody in your office right now that's fired for dishonesty and now forcibly your constable has to employ them?
Right now, no. I mean, if you go off Moreno, I guess, yeah.
So he's still there.
Yes, he's still there.
But your constable now isn't the person that fired him before.
No, she's not the one who
And
fired.
the one that fired him before is the one that's sitting in the chair right now.
Yes.
Okay. So you said that you went and you were present when Maria's duty weapon was collected.
Yes.
And if your constable asked you for your duty weapon right now, when you walk out the stand, you give it to her.
But, I mean, what's the reason? Or you just...
And she said, give me your duty weapon. I gave it to you and I'm taking it back.
That's tough to say because now you're just giving me a hypothetical question. You're not...
Well, it's your duty weapon.
Yeah.
Who gave you
Well,
the
it's-
who gave you and who assigned you the duty weapon?
Well, that would be the office, the county office. I mean,
County
employed
office.
for the county.
Right. And who's responsible for you and your duty weapon?
I'm responsible for my duty weapon.
And then who's
And then-
responsible for you? Who supervises you ultimately?
Well, there's a chain of command. I mean,
Sure.
okay, so there's several.
Who's at the top of the
Eagles.
chain?
It'd be the constable and then the county.
Well, it's the constable.
Yeah.
The constable is responsible for her office.
The county employs me.
I understand that the constable is the person responsible for her office.
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not a hard one. I mean, and she's the one that assigns you the duty weapon, right?
She didn't assign it to me. It was the captain who assigned it to me at that time. But it is her office,
Yeah,
so
we can debate
yes.
semantics,
Okay.
but who ultimately is responsible for that assignment?
And that would be the constable.
Of course.
Okay.
I mean, it's a simple answer. And so, at the time, did you know that Moreno had been misusing the FMLA system to take off?
I did not.
Okay. You didn't know that at all?
No.
Okay. And so, did you know that there had been, that he had apparently called HR and said that he was under some mental stress?
Again, I did not know
Okay.
anything that was going on top.
Right. And that's been testified to earlier. And so, and you asked for the reason, right? Like, what's the reason? The deputy is under mental stress and they don't want the deputy to hurt himself with a duty weapon that has been assigned to them by the constable. That's a good reason.
Okay.
I mean, you would agree with that, if that were true.
Sure.
And when you went to the scene, he was asked for his weapon, he went in and retrieved it, he came back out with it and gave it, right?
Yeah. There's no issues.
Right. No standoff,
No.
you guys didn't draw your weapons on him.
No.
Said, hey, we need your duty weapon back. And he went inside and he put it in an envelope and he gave it to Lugo.
Yes.
You know, you talked about at the end, you talked about the fact that when you go out there, you're always under some sort of potential threat from the public, right?
Yes.
I mean, your uniform acts as kind of a target to some people who would want to do an officer harm, right?
Yes.
Or who would want to prevent you from preventing them from breaking the law. So they want to neutralize you so that they could, rob a store or whatever else. Your uniform and your gun, the fact that you are in presence of authority can make you a target at times.
Yes.
Just like all law enforcement officers, and that's one of the sacrifices law enforcement makes for us as a community. You agree with that?
Yes.
And so they were asking specific questions about, whether or not, this or that thing that was happening was directly related to an EEOC file. And you said, you don't know personally. I mean, I agree, like, you might not ever know. Like, for instance, if somebody walked up and punched you in the face, Well, unless they told you that they were mad that their wife had been sleeping with another police officer or something like that, that made them mad at all police officers. You see what I mean, though? You wouldn't know their reason. All you would know is you just got punched in the face, right? You may find out later, hopefully, if you can subdue the person. But my point basically is that there could be threats, and you don't know the genesis of the threat, or you don't know why you're being threatened, right?
You don't know at all times.
Sure.
That's part of putting the uniform on.
Right. And you're not responsible. Like, I think one of the things you said is you were talking, and I like the way you said it, because you were really saying, look, for myself, for what I understood, no. But you didn't know about how other people in Precinct 2 felt about the reason that there were Facebook postings or YouTubes or whatever else. You don't know you don't know what they thought that the cause of those were. You can only speak for yourself.
Yes.
And so another person's opinion that Moreno had stirred up a bunch of stuff and it was causing that, if that was their opinion, then that's their opinion. But in your personal experience, you didn't see that, and I think that's what you specified.
Could you rephrase that again?
So basically, it's the difference between you have your personal experience, but someone else's personal experience can be different, and you acknowledge that.
Yes.
And and they're specifying it to this EEOC claim, but really, I think in general, the statements made by Moreno that we're talking about, they're asking if those statements directly contributed to danger that you felt or problems that you felt with doing your duties, and you said no, not personal.
As I said, I can't speak for others. Me personally, no.
But you left the door open that somebody else could perceive that thing as causing other problems or issues with the precinct.
Possibly, I can.
Your Honor, I object. That's all speculation.
Well, I'm just... And so... I don't have to speak further. We may need to subject to a call.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Corporal Marcus, you are subject to recall, but for now you are excused, sir. Thank you. Our next witness.
State calls Richard Najera. Oh, yeah, I'll take that.
To you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
So I give this to David.
Yeah, I
It's
think
a not
this-
admitted.
and Oscar, there's this other one that I did not.
169?
109.
Oh, 109.
And it didn't work over well.
Don't. Did you call? What's his name?
Oh, Richard Najera. He pronounces it Najera. He pronounces it Najera. So that's why I'm saying that.
These we aren't, so where it was.
Were you sworn in yesterday? Yes. Okay. You were under the same oath, that you may proceed.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name?
Richard Najera.
Oh, there you go. We were debating on how you pronounce your last name. I've told the people that previously worked with you pronounce it Najera.
You could say it both ways.
Okay, but you prefer Najera?
Najera,
Najera? Okay, yeah, all right.
whichever's easier.
Could you spell it, please?
Najera.
And what is your current rank?
Lieutenant.
And where are you employed?
At Bear County Constable's Office, Precinct 2.
And how long have you been a peace officer?
About 17 years.
How many? I'm sorry?
About 17 years.
17 years. And how long have you been at Precinct 2?
For 15 years.
Where were you before that?
I was with Precinct 2, but I was a reserve officer
Oh, I
for
see.
the 2 years.
Okay, so your entire career as a peace officer has been at Precinct 2.
Yes.
And so that takes you back past several administrations.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so you were retained by Constable Vela when she came in 2017?
Yes.
And what was your rank at that time?
Maybe I think I was a corporal.
And were you promoted during her tenure?
Yes, ma'am.
What were you promoted to?
Sergeant?
And is that how you remained while she was still there?
Yes.
And when you were as a corporal, what were your duties?
I was working the civil section, just maintaining the civil papers and the deputies that were working them.
And so you supervised them?
Yes.
Did you go out in the field as well?
Yes.
And so you served process?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever work any other duties besides civil process at that time?
Yes, I did. I worked in the warrant section.
Warrant section.
Warrant section.
And what does that mean?
We had JP warrants that came through the office, or we had to go out in the field to find the person and bring them to the JP court.
So when the Justice of the Peace at Precinct 2 would issue the warrants out of Class Cs?
Yes.
That's what you're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then how long was it before, if you recall, that you became a sergeant?
I'm not sure, maybe several months after Vela became constable.
And is she the one who promoted you to sergeant?
Yes.
And did your duties change any?
Yes, they did.
And what did they change to?
Instead of helping supervise, I was more the supervisor of the civil section.
So just one step up and doing the same thing?
A little bit, yes.
Yeah, but more of a supervisory role?
More of a supervisory role, making sure, again, the papers were coming in, making sure the papers were coming in and getting dispersed out.
I see. Did you know Leo Nisio Moreno?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he at Precinct 2 prior to Constable Vela's tenure?
Yes.
And how about, did you know Christopher De La Cerda?
Yes.
And was he also there before Constable Vela's tenure?
Yes.
Did they work closely with you in your duties, or did they have separate duties?
A little bit of separate duties, but closely. It's a small office. We all kind of did the same thing.
So you knew them pretty well?
Yes.
Do you recall when both of them were fired?
Yes.
And do you recall why?
I believe so.
And what do you recall it?
They were let go because they were having some problems with the administration of Vela and Castillo.
Okay. And was it Constable Vela who terminated them?
Yes.
Do you recall when that they actually got their jobs back?
Yes, I recall. I don't know when that actually was.
Were you present at Leonicio Moreno's swearing in when he returned back to work?
No.
Your Honor, is it the next exhibit number 110? 110? 111?
I have Marquez's report was 109.
Oh, 110 that we didn't admit also.
For Marquez? So Leo,
Yep.
Lugo, and Marquez.
We have 110 as this document.
What witnesses?
That's Marquez. He had two documents. One was the welfare check and one was the swearing in of the no hazing. And he did not recall the no hazing, so I didn't admit it. And then I did not admit the welfare check either.
Right, I don't have that one admitted, but the no hazing was 110. Okay.
I'm going to hand you what's marked as State's Exhibit 111. If you could just look at this to see if that is your report.
Yes, it is.
And just read it to yourself to refresh your memory. So do you,
Yes.
okay. Do you recall filling out that report?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall who directed you to complete that report?
I believe it was Jeremy Minor.
Okay, and what rank was he?
I believe he was a lieutenant.
So Lieutenant Minor directed you to fill out that report. Do you know what the purpose of doing so was?
I believe there was a complaint.
And what type of complaint?
There was of hazing.
And do you know who made the complaint?
Leo Moreno.
And this purpose of you filling out this report was to do what?
I guess just to ask us if we had any hazing going on, and if we didn't, to write a report about it.
And you did so?
Yes.
And were you ever hazed?
No.
State would move to admit State's Exhibit 111. Do you want to see it? Stand all the others.
Can I just work out of this? Lieutenant, I can't read some of your writing.
Yeah, I was
going to just ask, can you tell me what is that read?
Speak up a little.
I'm sorry. Read the definition of hazing and haze from the board.
Sorry, Jason, we can't hear you.
Oh, I'm just trying to see like what the words are actually that he's writing. I can't read his writing, so I'm just trying to make sure that I read the definition of hazing and haze from the board.
From the board. I think
Okay,
they
board.
wrote something on the board.
Oh, okay, got it.
Okay.
State's 111 is admitted.
So what was it, Mr. Goss just asked you some questions about what you wrote. Can you explain what about the board?
Yeah, I believe what I wrote down was something about the hazing that was on the board. I believe, I don't know who it was, maybe there was something written on the board about hazing, or maybe the definition, I can't remember.
Oh, I see. So you're just referring to what you saw?
Yes.
Okay. And that particular report, you had stated that you were not present at Liso Moreno's swearing in?
Correct.
So that report isn't asking you whether hazing occurred with Leonicio Moreno. It's just asking in general if you've ever experienced hazing?
Yes, I believe it was is if I've ever experienced hazing or has hazing ever happened here at the office.
I see, that you observed.
Right,
I see. And your answer was no.
right.
When Leonicio Moreno and Cristina de la Sera got their jobs back and they came back to the office, do you recall what their duties were at that time?
I believe they were assigned to the courtroom bailiff and maybe front door check-in person.
So working security.
Security.
Do you recall the uniform that they wore?
Yes.
Could you describe that uniform?
It started off in the regular uniform, and then I think it moved to a polo type shirt that said bailiff on it.
And both Moreno and de la Sera wore that particular shirt?
Yes.
And did anybody else besides Moreno or de la Sera have to do bailiff duty?
At different times, there's different bailiffs. At that particular time, they were assigned to it, so they were pretty much the primary bailiff.
I see. Well, if somebody else worked bailiff duty, was their uniform the polo shirt?
No.
So Moreno and de la Sera were the only two who worked bailiff duty who had to wear the polo shirt?
Yes.
Do you know what it is?
I don't know exactly why now.
Do you recall being given any direction on how you were supposed to treat Moreno and de la Sera when they returned to their jobs?
Yes, we weren't allowed to kind of talk to them at their station. They were stationed outside the courtroom doors, and then one at the front door.
And had you ever been directed to not speak to any deputy working bailiff duty security before?
No.
Were any other limitations placed on them while they were doing their duties?
Yes.
What were those limitations?
They weren't allowed to have their cell phones and use them while they were on duty at their stations. And they were asked to use permission, I think, to use the bathroom breaks, stuff like that.
Do you know if any other deputies that had to work bailiff duties apart from Moreno and de la Sera had to ask permission to use the bathroom?
No.
Were you ever told why Moreno and de la Sera's limitations were placed on them and not others?
No, not that I recall.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the civil process. Is some of that accomplished by mailing it out?
Yes.
And did there ever come a time that there was an issue with not being able to mail the civil process out?
Yes.
And could you please explain what that was?
Yes, there's two types of civil process, a 510 and a 106. That requires the citation to be mailed out. And there was a time where the mail-outs were not getting mailed out. They were stacking up, and I can't remember why exactly. Maybe they were out of the mailing stamps or mailing what's it called? Where they
Postage?
Postage, yes.
Is it like the machine that you run in an envelope?
That is correct, yes.
Oh, and it puts a stamp on it for your postage?
Yes.
And so, so that was not renewed?
Yes, I believe so.
Well, how did you get the mail-outs mailed out?
At that time, it wasn't getting mailed out. It stacked up, and there was several boxes full of the mail-outs that didn't get mailed out.
And you say several boxes. Do you know the quantity in those boxes?
No, not exactly.
Do you have is it more than 50, less than 50, more than 100, less than 100?
I would say more than 50, close to 100 maybe.
Close to 100, okay. And on the civil process that is to be mailed out, is it time sensitive?
Yes, ma'am.
And explain that.
Well, after you served a service on that citation, it had to be mailed out within 24 hours.
And do you recall how long it was that these close to 100 civil process envelopes did not get mailed out and sat around?
They never got mailed out.
It never got mailed out.
No.
Did you have any other issues with office supplies?
Yes.
And what were those issues?
It was just a lack of supplies all the way around. Paper, printing paper, toilet paper, soap, different items like pens, pencils that weren't provided at the office all the time.
Did you know why they were not provided?
No, not exactly. I wasn't in charge of the budget, but I'm assuming they didn't have the funds for it.
And did you? Hang on, I'm sorry. Did you make any requests that supplies be obtained?
Probably not officially on paper, but we've always made requests for that we need paper or the items that we were lacking.
And were any of those supplies forthcoming?
No, not that I recall.
How did you do your job without supplies?
Sometimes we had to buy it ourselves.
And did you recall how long of a period of time this was going on?
No, not I can't recall.
Were you aware that Leonicio Moreno was filing EEOC complaints against Constable Vela?
Not at the beginning, but I discovered that, I guess, after the ECO was filed.
Okay. And based on Moreno's filing of the EEOC complaints, did it take away from you performing your state-mandated civil process?
Can you say that again?
Did his EEOC complaint filing prevent you from performing your duties with civil process?
No.
And were you aware whether or not his EEOC filings caused any threatening emails, letters, social media, or telephone calls endangering the lives of deputies and the staff on a daily basis?
No, I didn't. I wasn't aware of that.
Did his EEOC complaint cause you or any of the deputies in the agency to take precautionary measures when on duty or off duty because of death threats received because of his EEOC filings?
No, I can't recall that.
House witness?
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Going back to the supplies issue, you knew that the constable at the time, Constable Vela, you knew that she'd go next door to Big Lots sometimes to buy supplies herself and bring them over.
Yes.
Okay. So when you're saying we had to all buy supplies, she was one of the people also that was going over to buy them.
I didn't hear you clearly.
When you said that we, as the office, sometimes we have to buy our own supplies, like she was also one of those people that were going and buying supplies for the office at Big Lots herself.
Yes.
Okay. I want to go back. I want to go back to, the prosecutor asked you a question. She said that, she asked if you'd ever been directed not to speak to Moreno and De La Sera, and you answered that you had been directed not to speak.
That's correct.
Okay. Do you remember when you were interviewed by Ranger Freeman back in, I guess, 2019?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were interviewed, it was a lot closer in time to these events than you are right now. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. And when Ranger Freeman was asking you questions, some of the questions he was asking you, if you remember, were about Moreno and De La Sera. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And he specifically said, were you ever told not to talk to them? And you said, no, I was never told that. You remember saying that to Ranger Freeman?
No, not exactly.
Okay. So your testimony today is that you were directed not to talk to them.
Correct.
All right. And Your Honor, Jasmine is trying to prepare just his statement. We have our unofficial transcript of it, but I'd like him to hear some words in response to that question. I'd like the court to hear it as well. But I'll move on with the cross while she's doing that. When you talked about, I guess, Don asked you what if you recalled when they were fired, and you said, yeah, you did recall kind of when it was, but your answer was that like they were having problems with the administration. That was your understanding of why they were fired.
Yeah, there was some things going on.
Right. I mean, but the way that you say it, it sounds like, you know, they were bumping heads, and so the administration said, you know what, you're fired. That's kind of the way it sounded like when you were.
Well, no, maybe correction. I don't know exactly remember why they were fired, like what they were fired for, but I know they were fired.
Well, they were fired because they lied on the TCOL application about their training hours. That's why they were fired. I mean, what we're talking about back then. And you said you've been a sworn officer for how long?
17 years, 15 with county.
And you were part of that investigation with the TCOL training hours and all of that was going on at the time. And you remember that?
I believe so.
And so, have you ever lied on your TCOL, your hours?
Me, no.
And you wouldn't, right?
No.
Because it would be dishonest, right?
Correct.
And if somebody were to do that, and they were a law enforcement officer, there would be cause to trust their ability to be a good law enforcement officer. You would agree with that?
I agree.
You agree that wearing the badge comes with a lot of risk, but it also comes with a lot of responsibility to be honest and truthful.
Correct.
And if you do not live up to those standards of honesty and truthfulness, then you can be let go from your position as law enforcement officer. Right?
Yes. I guess so, yes.
Sure. I mean, if you lied on a report and you were found out to have been lying, then that would make you not a very good law enforcement officer. Do you agree with that?
I guess so, yes.
So I kind of want to go back and center it as like these two people were fired for that as part of this TCOL investigation. TCOL, look in their file now, they have a black mark for lying about their training hours. And then they are reinstated, or they have their job back, right? And now, and Murada still works there, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so, what you have is you have two people who have had to be fired for lying on a TCOL, and now they're forced back into this position. And now she now has to be their boss, even though she's fired them for lying. And that was the situation that we're talking about with when they were the bailiffs or the security, right? You agree?
Yes.
So, when you have a situation like that, and you're now a lieutenant, so you would be considered, I guess, part of the administration, or at least your senior staff, for sure, right?
Yes.
And you agree that you would have responsibilities now of supervising deputies and sergeants and corporals.
Yes.
Okay. And and right now, if one of them were to ever do that and to lie on their TCOL or their training, and you found out about it, you would recommend serious action be taken.
I would recommend action be taken, yes.
Yeah, serious action, like possibly termination, if they were lying about their training.
it'd have to be investigated and then what does that serious mean?
Sure. And so if it were investigated and found to be true, I mean, that's just as a lieutenant, that's your job now, is to make sure that the people under you are honestly dealing with TCOL. Right?
Correct.
Because TCOL is what all of you live under and abide by is your certification as peace officers. Right?
Yes.
And it's important to be truthful to them.
Yes.
And so the you mentioned that when they were working bailiff security, they had shirts they wore that said bailiff and said security. Right.
What was that you said again?
Well, when they were working bailiff security, aren't they handcuffs and witness?
Yes.
We've been kind of using this as an example. I think this is Dale Sarah's shirt.
State's Exhibit 86, it's been admitted. A shirt similar to that said bailiff security on it, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And
You'd agree that there's nothing humiliating or shameful about being a bailiff?
No.
You agree that it's a noble occupation for a peace officer to protect the court and the people inside the court?
Yes.
Okay. And a shirt that denotes you as a bailiff, there's nothing shameful about that.
No.
I mean, it doesn't say dunce on it, or it doesn't say light on his teeth hole on the back of the shirt. Right?
No.
Okay. And so, one of the things you talked about was that they didn't always work bailiff. Sometimes other people in the precinct had to work as bailiff or bailiff security as well. That was just part of the job duties, right?
Yes.
But in particular, Moreno had been abusing FMLA and had been filing unauthorized FMLA leave time, and sometimes doing it on short notice. Were you aware of that?
No.
Okay, so Lieutenant Minor had testified that was one of the things going on. And in that situation, if for instance, and I'll just use your experience now, if you have somebody assigned in your precinct right now, is somebody assigned to do courtroom security or bailiff duties?
Yes.
And if they called in the morning of, said I can't do it, somebody else would have to, correct?
Yes.
And they would have to do it in the uniform that they were wearing to work that day.
Yes.
Right? So they would fill in for somebody in their uniform, even if, like for instance, they might not necessarily have a bailiff uniform, if that's what was going on at the time. They would have to fill in with the uniform that they were wearing. Right?
Yes.
They would show up at 8 in the morning and all of a sudden, hey, you're doing court security today. Right? So you said they had to ask for permission to use the bathroom. Now, let's talk about that a little bit, because you've seen you've seen the work as a precinct too. Of everybody, I think that you're the person who's been there the longest, constables included. You may know some deputies there, some corporals or sergeants that have been there longer, but of everybody we've seen, 17 years is the longest. So you understand that when somebody is working security and they're in that post, that they cannot leave that post unmanned. You agree with that?
That is correct.
But if they do, then somebody intent on harming the justice of the peace, or the lawyers that are there, or the defendants or the clients that are there, somebody intent on harming those people could come into the courtroom without being challenged. Right?
Yes.
So, when we're talking about asking permission to go to the restroom, what it is you need to have coverage if you go to the restroom, and that's still a policy today for your deputies there. Right?
Yes, correct.
So I guess it's like asking permission, because you have to go to somebody and say, hey, or call in and say, hey, I need to go to the bathroom. I need somebody to cover while I do that. Right?
It's similar to the same, yes.
Sure, and I mean, we kind of talked about that. That's because that's how you run a responsible security outfit. The security downstairs in this courthouse, they can't leave that front door unmanned without having somebody cover them if they need to go to the bathroom, right? And you have to make somebody aware that you have to go to the bathroom and that you need coverage, correct?
Yes.
So that can seem like asking permission, but really what it is asking for coverage. to go, right?
Yes.
Well, I mean, because otherwise, I mean, are you saying that they have to sit and hold it all day? People would deny it permission. You may not use the restroom.
At the current situation, you can request someone to cover you, like you said. But in Moreno and Del Sur situation, they had to ask permission before they couldn't just ask a deputy that was available. They had to ask permission from like a supervisor that was in charge.
But like she responded to all restroom requests, like they would have to call the constable and say, "Constable, may I use the bathroom?"
Probably one of the sergeants that was in charge. There was several different people that were tasked to be in charge of them.
Right. But if they had proven themselves to be not trustworthy, can you see how maybe a sergeant assuring that there was coverage on the front would be necessary? Because the coverage at the security gate is the most necessary thing. Right?
Yes.
I mean, there's a whole investigation and they get fired for lying. So they've proven themselves to be dishonest and untrustworthy. And so a dishonest and untrustworthy employee might have to go do a few extra steps than a trusted employee might have to do. You would agree with that?
Yes, I guess so.
Like if you didn't trust one of your people, you might double check some of the things that they're turning in or some of the things they're doing where you wouldn't do that necessarily for an employee that you trusted. Right?
I mean, I would look at the paperwork.
Sure. And I mean, for most of us in the world, if you are untrustworthy, you've proven yourself to be untrustworthy or dishonest, you get fired and you don't work there anymore. But in this world, they both prove themselves to be that way, and they still work there, right? According to the investigation.
According to the investigation.
Right. And I'm not saying you're personally saying it, but you know now that, I mean, that these are the facts. And so it's kind of like you can imagine as a lieutenant, you have to fire somebody for being dishonest and they come right back and you have to supervise them for the rest of the time. Would that be a comfortable situation for you as a supervisor?
I mean, I'd have to do it. Comfortable or not, again.
You have to do it, but would it be comfortable for you as a supervisor to have to do that?
I mean, I guess not.
Right. They lie in your face and then you fire them for it and then some arbitrator says, no, they're right up under you again. Right? It's a difficult situation. And in a situation where you have a disgruntled employee who's mad about you firing them and causing problems underneath you, that can cause a whole lot of problems with your ability to administrate your job as a lieutenant in Precinct 2. You agree with that?
Yeah, I guess so.
Right? Because, and I mean, these are all common sense things. It's just sometimes in the world that we work in law enforcement, and the law enforcement works in, people who do bad things on the job end up getting reinstated, and then you have to find somewhere to put them. And that just happens sometimes. You would agree with that?
I guess so.
Whereas then if you're working at HEB and you lie and they fire you, it's a right to work state and you're gone, and you don't come back to HEB to work for the same boss that just fired you. Right?
Yes.
And I'm asking you this because you're a supervisor and you're the longest tenured person there. So you actually have experience supervising employees underneath you, and you have to deal with some of those employee relations. Sorry, we just need to pull up we think we have that pulled up, and that's going to be last. Lieutenant, I'm just going to play a piece of the recording.
This is from his interview with Ranger Freeman.
Were you ever told not to talk to them? No, I don't think so.
What?
Were you going to?
Oh,
I tell you what, I can take a break.
okay.
I can take a break. I didn't take a break earlier. It's 3:45. Let's take a 15-minute break and reset my phone.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you can show that to the model.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm sorry, so,
For the defense?
yeah, so scratch 26 and it'll be 29.
So this is being made part of the record and sealed for appellate purposes?
Yes, Your Honor. It's just because it's for impeachment, we acknowledge that it's not for substantive evidence, but just for impeachment of the witness. And I can play it here. He's already heard it. And to remind the court that the statement of impeachment was that the witness had testified that he had been instructed not to talk to Moreno and De La Cerda. And Defense Exhibit 29 is a recording from his interview with Ranger Freeman in 2019.
So are you going to ask him? Are you going to ask him?
I did before at the time.
On the record.
Oh, yeah. And so, Lieutenant Najera, we had spoken before about the fact that now you have testified that you were instructed not to talk to Moreno and De La Cerda. I have played you what's now been identified as Defense 29, and you acknowledge that that is your voice and Ranger Freeman's voice in an interview back in 2019 that he conducted.
Yes.
Okay.
We're told not to talk to them? No, I don't think so. Okay, I don't think so. But I don't think I was told not to talk to them. But my conversations were brief with them, even though I knew them.
So,
Lieutenant, back when you spoke to Ranger Freeman in 2019, he asked you if you were told not to talk to them, and your answer was, no, I don't think so. I don't remember being told not to talk to them.
Yeah, it sounds like I was unsure on how I was answering it back then. I said, I don't think so. I don't remember on the video. I was maybe unsure how to answer when he asked me that question back then.
Yeah, I acknowledge, and I think just the point that we're trying to make is that, or that I'm trying to make is that back then when he was asking you, that was close in time to when all of this was going on. That was back in 2019 when he was interviewing you for the statement, right?
Right.
So now 3 years have passed, right? And so at the time, when you were asked the direct question, were you instructed not to talk to them? If you were instructed not to talk to them, you would have said, yes, I was instructed not to talk to them.
So back then when I answered, I guess I was unsure how to answer that question. But I know that there was an order for us not to talk to them while they're out there on duty.
Okay, but I guess what I'm saying
Maybe
is,
it wasn't directed, maybe not to me, but I know that there was a directive out there not to talk to them.
well, but on direct examination, you said that you were personally ordered not to talk to them on direct, right?
What?
On direct examination, I wrote down, she said, have you ever been directed not to speak to Deputy Moreno or De La Cerda? And you said, yes. I was directed not to do that.
That's what I said, yes.
And then what he was asking you back then was, were you directed not to talk to them? And you said, no, you don't think so. You don't know what time that you were directed not to talk to them.
Yeah. That's just because I wasn't sure how to answer that because I knew there was a directive out there.
Well, I mean, if you would agree that the question is clear, were you asked not to talk to them? That was a clear question, referencing Moreno and De La Cerda. You agree with that? That was a clear question.
The question was clear.
All right. And when you responded to that clear question, you said, no, I don't think so. I just know I didn't talk to him much, but I wasn't directed not to. Or, no, I don't think so. That was what we just heard.
That's correct.
Okay. I'll pass it.
No further questions.
Can you step down?
Yes, Your Honor, we may need to get subject to recall.
Okay. Officer Najera, you are subject to recall, so you are excused. Thank you. Next witness.
Officer Jason Castanon.
Member Rosich.
Speaking to that mic, you have to be right up on it. Okay.
You were sworn in yesterday, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you remain under the same oath. State, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon. What is your rank and name?
Rank, just deputy sheriff. Name, Jason Castanon. Castanon.
And where are you employed?
Comal County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been employed there?
Since January.
Of this year?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long have you been a peace officer?
Since 2015.
And what was the first job you held as a peace officer?
SRO for Northeast ISD.
And at some point, did you leave that position?
Yes.
And when was that?
2018.
And where did you go from there?
Precinct 2.
And Constable Vela hired you?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you were first hired at Precinct 2, were you full-time or reserve?
I was full-time.
And what were your duties at that time?
I was part of the traffic unit, but we assisted civil as needed.
Did you know Leonicio Moreno?
I knew him through mutual friends, yes.
So you knew him outside of the workplace?
Yes.
Did you consider him a friend?
Yes.
And did you know Chris De La Cerda?
Yes.
And was that from the workplace or also outside the workplace?
Outside the workplace.
And so you began in, do you remember what month in 2018 you might have began at Precinct?
Maybe June.
June?
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall a time when Moreno and De La Cerda had lost their jobs at the Precinct?
I do, I just don't know exactly when.
Okay, do you recall that they got their jobs back?
Yes.
Were you present when Moreno was sworn in after he came back?
No, I was not.
Your Honor, what is the next exhibit number?
112.
I'm going to hand you what's marked as State's Exhibit 12. Is that your report?
It is.
And what date was that report prepared?
August 28, 2018.
And what was the subject matter of the report without reading it? Well, I mean, you can read it silently. I just don't want you to read it out loud.
Okay.
So what was the subject of the report?
In general?
Yeah.
Hazing.
Hazing. So what was the purpose of you writing this report? If you recall.
The purpose, I don't know.
Do you recall who directed you to do this report?
I do not recall exactly.
Okay, and so basically you filled out the report for what reason? I mean, what were you explaining in the report?
That I was never part of hazing.
Okay. State moves to admit State's Exhibit 112.
Thank you. 112. 112 is admitted.
Were you aware if Leoniso Moreno had made any EOC complaint about hazing?
I heard about it.
Okay, but you did not have any personal knowledge of it?
I didn't know exactly what was going on there.
Okay. Do you recall an incident in February, on February 28th of 2019 at the Family Dollar store?
I don't know the exact date, but Family Dollar store, yes.
And I don't have any report made by you. Do you recall whether or not you made a report?
I do not believe I did. I was there, but I do not believe I made a report.
And from your recollection, why was it that you were familiar with the Family Dollar store incident on that date?
I believe we were called there for, I think the constable's son got accused of stealing something. So I think the traffic unit, which is what I was with, I think they directed us to go over there.
And how did you receive that call to report? If you remember. I know you don't have a report to refresh your memory.
Yeah, I mean, it would have either been phone call or radio, not sure.
Okay, and how many units, if you recall, showed up?
Traffic was usually 4 to 5 people, maybe.
Okay. And you each in your own vehicle?
Yes.
Did you participate in any of the interviewing of any individuals at the Family Dollar store?
I was there when they talked to the manager. I forgot who talked to the manager, but I was there.
What was your purpose for being on scene?
I don't know. I showed up because I was directed to.
And do you recall who directed you to show up?
I think the constable directed all of us to show up.
A little bit of speculation. He's already said he's got a limited memory of this and how he thinks. So it's not sure.
Yeah, speculation was sustained.
Do you recall how long you were there?
Where's,
How long were you at the Family Dollar store?
maybe 20, 30 minutes.
And then you were directed to leave?
We left, yeah. I don't know if we're direct. We left. I think we all left at the same time.
Okay. Was anybody arrested or anything like that?
No.
Do you recall arresting Moreno on April 30th, 2019?
The arrest, yes, the exact date, I do not recall.
Okay, I have your report. I'll give that to you. Stacy, is it 113, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm handing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 113. If you could take a look at that. Is that your report?
Yes.
And what is the date of the incident?
April 30th, 2019.
And what is the subject matter of your report?
Wanted person.
And who is the wanted person?
Leo Moreno.
And is this what we're talking about, the arrest?
Yes.
And you can use that report to refresh your memory as I ask you questions. So how did it come about that you effected the arrest of Leo Moreno?
I was on duty. We were on duty. It was still part of the work day, and we were called back to the office. I don't remember knowing if I remember. I knew what it was about. We showed up, and then once we showed up, we were made aware of what was going on as far as the warrant.
And what were you made aware of?
That there was a warrant for Lugo Murada, and we were going to look for the places that he frequents, the gym or his house.
What was the offense he was being arrested for?
I think it was possibly perjury of some sort.
Were you given a briefing on the offense and the details of the offense?
We may have been, but I don't remember too much. Perjury, and maybe he did something or another that we got to that point, but anything further than that, I don't remember.
And were you working with somebody that day?
I had a partner at the time of the arrest, yes.
And who was that partner?
Barloco.
What is his first name?
Stephen Barloco.
And he was riding with you in the same vehicle?
Yes,
And in fact, it was his first day on the job?
I believe so.
Who directed you to actually be the arresting officer?
We were broken up into teams. My team was instructed to go to Gold's Gym. I think it's Tesla and Gilbo, because that's where he was known to frequent. So.
Was he off that day, off work that day?
Who's that?
Murada?
I guess. To be honest with you, I didn't even know he worked with us that time. I never saw him.
Okay, and is it because, how long had it been since you had seen him in the workplace?
I don't want to guess. I don't know exactly.
That's fine. Do you recall how many teams were participating in finding or locating Moreno?
I don't know the exact number, possibly, I know probably 5 at the very minimum.
And when you refer to a team, what do you mean by a team?
2-man unit.
So there have been 5 2-man units?
Yes, I had a 2-man unit, and I think others did, just because of the nature of the one person.
Okay. Were you briefed on any safety concerns that he would be violent or resist?
I think we were just told that he knows martial arts. I think that might have been it.
And you were familiar with him outside of the workplace as well.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know him to be a violent person?
No.
Were you concerned in locating him that there would be a problem?
No.
So you said you were directed to go to Gold's Gym. How many teams showed up at Gold's Gym?
They were scattered. We were scattered out. Like I said, I want to say maybe at least 5, but we were scattered in the area. I think they were looking to see if his vehicle was there.
And do you recall if you were wearing a body-worn cam that day?
I was.
And have you had a chance to review that body-worn cam video footage?
I did.
One 12, right, Judge?
113. 113.
We're 114 now?
Just marked, they just marked 13. It's the last one.
Oh, that's his report?
113.
114.
Are we off? I'm sorry, are we off?
Well, we're gonna, he's muted, we would like to play it, so yes, we're upping State's Exhibit 114 into evidence.
Yes, you're saying?
The water window.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I said object to hearsay under the Sixth Amendment and Confrontation Clause. My understanding is this body cam footage contains statements that Moreno made to the deputies at the time, which are statements made to law enforcement, which are testimonial statements. The prosecution has I guess, informed the court that they will not be calling Moreno as a witness for De La Cerda. So with that understanding, those statements would violate the Confrontation Clause.
State?
I would say that that is a present sense impression of the individual on the scene. However, if you so choose to exclude the audio, then we can show the video without the audio.
I would agree. There's no testimonial. There's no testimonial objection to if they cut the audio. The video is just. I can't have it. There's no objection for me on the video itself.
And Your Honor, as well, when Leo Moreno, this is a video of Leo Moreno getting arrested in Gold's Gym. It is his excited utterance from being approached by all the officers.
Your Honor, I understand that there are exceptions to the hearsay rule potentially, but there's no exception to the hearsay rule that overcomes a Confrontation Clause objection of the Sixth Amendment.
So why would we do, let's get a redacted or muted version of the video, call that 114A, and that's what we'll admit for purposes of this punishment phase, and Exhibit 114 will go up on appeal with the full audio.
Yes, Your Honor, and for the sake of time, we can just play it on mute in the courtroom and then add 114A.
That's fine. Any objections to objecting 114 and 114A?
No, Your Honor.
All right, let's do that.
So there are two different videos on here. One is when the officer arrives on the scene, and the other one is and he enters the facility, and the other one is when he brings Moreno out and places him in the official cruiser. So we'll begin with the first one. Is the audio down?
I'm not muted right now.
So since there's no audio, could you please describe what we're looking at without saying what anybody said to you?
Me?
You, yes.
It looks like we're just getting ready to possibly either relocate him or we're getting ready to go locate him.
And so who was that individual that was briefly on the scene on the screen?
Captain Garcia.
Captain Garcia?
Mm-hmm.
And at this time, are you aware whether or not Moreno is in Gold's Gym? Or do you recall?
We were only made aware once we drove around. I think someone else located his vehicle, it wasn't even us. So we were only made aware once he saw his vehicle outside.
So you were pretty sure he was inside the facility?
Yes, because his truck was outside.
Okay. I think during this time you're just preparing to go inside. It takes a while before you get inside the facility, correct?
Right.
Do you ever problem fast forwarding without a redaction of that?
No.
So you have to. Oh, wait, yeah. So are you moving your vehicle a little closer to the facility?
Yeah, we're at the front door at that point.
Okay. So can you describe what's happening here?
We walked in, and I've been there a couple of times, so I know that the weight section was on the left side, and I think I remember seeing him in the very back there. I think he starts walking our way once he sees us, because there's quite a bit of us there.
And who is that talking to you?
That's Leo, and he kind of asked what was.
Oh, don't say what he
say?
said.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't say what he said. And so who is the officer to his left on screen?
Barloco.
Okay. Now, I see other officers. Can you, I don't know if you can identify them, but are all those precinct officers?
Yes.
And so what are you doing at this time?
They're advising him what we're there for and letting him know to put his hands behind his back, pretty much. They're advising him of the warrant.
And who is that actually placing the cuffs on him?
Barloco.
So how many other officers, I know it's hard to tell because the camera's moving around, but how many other officers are you seeing?
And I believe there was more outside, but just there, I mean, I think I saw 6, maybe 7.
And so what's occurring now?
Just making space in the back seat.
There's a black cruiser right there to the right. Is that also an official precinct vehicle?
Yeah, the all black were pretty much admin vehicles.
Do you have any idea who's in that one?
Not 100% sure.
Okay, that's fine. And what's going on here?
I'm probably looking for the booking sheets. The forms that are required when you book somebody in.
I see. Did Leo Moreno have any type of bag with him?
I
Property?
think he had his gym bag.
And what was being done with his gym bag, if you recall?
That I don't remember. I'm not 100% sure.
That's fine. Who is that individual to the right?
Captain Garcia.
The bag that is in Barloco's hand, is that Moreno's bag? Or whose bag is that?
I have to see it again.
I see.
Yeah, it looks like a gym bag.
And what's happening here?
It looks like he's just grabbing his ID, Leo's ID from his wallet.
Are there any rules of the jail that you're not permitted to take property like that?
A large gym bag, preferably not, just maybe a couple of things, but a large gym bag with all different types of stuff. It's not, I don't prefer that.
So if this gym bag was not taken with him, do you know what happened to it? Did he recall?
I think since his vehicle was there, I think they may have offered him to leave it in his truck.
Okay. That's the first video. We'll move to the second video, which it has 4 separate files. Just start from the beginning. So this appeared to continue from what the last video stopped?
Yes.
Is that as long as it is?
No. That was his truck right there.
So what's happening in this image?
It looks like Barloco's putting the rest of his property just in his truck, so we don't take it out.
So now what is occurring?
Now we're just getting ready to depart, and I think Barloco's going to start the paperwork. But this video, it's going to go on for a while because we're just trying to drive, we're trying to move.
Okay, so do you mind us moving forward so that just see all the jargon?
Yes, no, I don't have any issue at the same time.
So what is that image? What building is that?
We call it the South Tower, but it's just in the magistrate's office.
Okay. And you're very close to the jail facility?
Yes, I believe it's next door. At this point, it was semi-new.
So you're approaching something, what is that?
That's the sally port for the magistrate's area.
And do you have to gain access, do you have to get some kind of permission?
Just let them know who you're with and what you're doing. I think it might be stuck.
You think it's not moving?
Yeah, I think it's moving.
Try a different video.
Access to this. I have the same one here. Just have to
You can burn it to the computer and we'll call it place. Sometimes it's just.
Yeah, but that'd probably take about 30, 40 minutes. I don't know if you want to move.
So,
Do you need it to question him further?
yes. He's going to have to describe what is occurring because of the circumstances. Yes, it's important.
I'm gonna try it from the hard drive, Jeff. And it'll be the same.
We have to make sure the exhibit that goes up works. So.
And it worked earlier on.
Switch them out.
It worked on my laptop when he viewed it, so.
So what's occurring here? You're just waiting for entry?
Yeah, you have to press the button and wait for somebody to let you in.
And so where are you headed into now?
Once we park, we're in the Sally Port, so once we park, we're just gonna make entry into the booking area. There's a door right there behind where we are.
And is there anything procedurally you have to do before you make entry into the booking area?
Take all any weapon, ammunition, baton, take everything off.
And what do you do with them?
I believe you can use a box there, or more often than not, we just use our vehicles. We leave in our vehicles.
And is that what you did in this case?
Yes, I put it in the rear of the Tahoe.
So at this point in time, you're in the secured area of the Sally Port.
Yes,
And now you're removing your weapons.
yes.
And has Barloco completed the booking paperwork at this point in time, or do you still have to?
No.
Not yet?
No. He had did a copy, but we were driving, so it was kind of sloppy.
Oh, because of the movement of the vehicle?
Yeah. I think at this point we're pretty much ready, fixing to go in, because I think I turned the camera off.
Okay. And then go to the next video. So so you have Moreno out of the vehicle?
Yes.
What is Barloco doing?
He could be, I'm not 100% sure, he could be loosening the cuffs, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Do that, or sometimes we exchange them. If I have mine, he'll take mine, I'll put his, or that's just what we do. I mean,
And what are you doing right now?
I think I just got a phone call,
Do you recall who the phone call was from?
Lieutenant Minor.
And are you being ordered to do anything contrary to what is occurring there?
Yes, I was asked if I was in the Sally Port. I said yes, and I was told to take Moreno outside. There was media that was going to be set up.
Did you inform him that you were already in the Sally Port?
Yes.
Are you at any point explaining that you don't want to do that, or you're already there? Or
I'm kind of lost in what to do. That South Tower had not been open too long, so I hadn't been there but maybe a few times.
So you weren't very familiar with the area? Or?
No, he told me the flagpoles, but I didn't know what the flagpoles were.
So he's giving you directions
Yes.
on where to go next?
He's giving me direction on what to do. I remember him saying flagpoles, but I wasn't quite sure where they were.
Okay. So you're trying to get a clearer indication of where you need to be?
Yeah. More direction on what they wanted me to do exactly.
Okay. But at this point, you're aware you're going to have to leave and not take Moreno into booking?
I think I go around and tell Barloco because he already has him out.
I see.
I don't know if Barloco's. I don't know if he knows what I'm being told right now.
Okay.
Because I'm on the phone. He's not.
So you're on your cell phone?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, it looks like we're reversing out already.
And what's happening there?
So when you exit, it's a one-way, which is right there. That I know, right? If you look to your right, you can see a BCSO unit. They blocked that off, so you can't go any further than that. So it's kind of that street's blocked off in front of the jail.
Okay.
And at that point, I wasn't too familiar with where I was going. I was on a one-way street. I believe it was heading west, so I can't just turn right back around. The streets are kind of one after the other right outside the jail. So I think I stopped real quick to look at one street, and I don't think I could go on that street, so I went, I think it was the second, maybe third street to the right. Pretty much did a big square.
Okay. Just to try to find your way back?
Yes. To back where I originally came from.
Okay.
Okay, at this point, I think I realized that our weapons are still in the rear unsecured.
Okay.
So I told Barloco I'm going to go first to get my weapon. We don't want two guns in the back to go off for any reason. So I secured mine, as you can see. And then I think when I got back, he did his.
Okay.
He got his. And that was for the safety of everyone that I did that.
And so at this point, you're continuing on to try and
Yes.
find your way back? How long does this take? Does it take a little while to get back around?
Just a big square pretty much around the area.
And do you have, I know you said you didn't know where the flagpole was, but do you have an idea where you're heading at this point?
I'm pretty much going back to where I was the first time.
Okay, the second
Yeah, because I knew it was one ways around there, so I didn't want to get caught again I didn't want to have to reroute for a second time.
Because it's a one-way?
Because it's a one way and I wasn't 100% familiar with the area.
Okay. So that looks familiar again?
I can't tell just because I'm having
To lean because of your body worn cam angle? Yeah.
we didn't wear them all the time, so I wasn't too familiar with them.
So at this point, how are you deciding where it is you're going to end up?
I knew how to get there from, I guess the best I could say is closest to 35, which would be Commerce Street. I believe it's Commerce Street. So when I left, I just went west, north, did right, and then tried to hit Commerce by going back down. So, and that's the that big area. So we're almost done with the square that I'm doing. Okay, I think that's Commerce Street. That's the street that takes us back to the Sally Port. All that area.
And at this point, do you know where you're going to park?
No. See, I think my hand, I'm not sure where I'm going, so my hand motion I'm letting him know I'm not sure where I'm going.
So how are you making your decision on where you're going to end up?
So I turned, this is the backside where you enter. I was trying to go, I thought you can keep going further in, but there's fences there. So I had to turn back around because I didn't know I can't go that way.
I see.
Which is why I turned around.
And are you seeing anything that is familiar as to what Minor was describing, a flagpole and where to park?
Where I'm at now, no. But that's not, the backside, there wouldn't be a flagpole anyway.
Okay.
He had told me that they were going to be there, I think he said they were going to be there, but they weren't there yet.
They being the media?
The media, yeah. So that's the entry, the Sallyport entry.
Where you'd gone in the first time?
Yes.
So you're just sitting there?
I'm sitting there, and then I think I look over the paperwork, and then I redo. You want to have the paperwork done before you go in. It wasn't done the first time. So I'm doing it there. I don't know if I redo Barlocos. I think I do one, he does one.
I see. There's several types of reports you have to fill out.
I think it's 2 sheets, but it has to have a lot of the personal information, so. And this is going to go on for.
Okay, well then let's fast forward until the.
Actually, we got this all the time. I mean, I guess we can just agree later on by October what the time is we stipulate to it. I actually haven't heard about the time, but that's okay. I mean, just save time. We'll just figure out what the actual total amount of time was.
Okay.
Stipulate it.
Okay.
So where I was, I turned right and once you turn right, they were all set up right there.
You saw the media there?
Once I turned right, I saw everybody there.
And what are you doing at this moment?
I parked in the, under, I think that might be Commerce Street, the bridge. I parked there because I didn't want to go around again. I wasn't even sure where I was supposed to park, but I just parked there because I wasn't going to go around again.
And between your parking spot under the bridge to the facility, is there a roadway?
Yes.
At this point, do you have any idea what door you're supposed to go into?
No.
And so who is it that we see in the view that you've scanned by? There's individuals standing around. Is that the media?
That's media, yeah. The first door I go to is this one that you see right here. I was so unfamiliar with where I was even taking him as far as where to go. That's a sally port door, so it's basically knocking at a garage, in a garage.
And is that the same place where you were parked?
Yes.
So when Lieutenant Weiner had called you, he did not give you direction as to what door to use?
There's that door, and then to my left there's glass doors, but I've never done anything like this, so I didn't know where I was going.
So in this image, it looks like you're surrounded by media?
Yes, and there's I think a lieutenant with the jail telling me it's that door over there where he's at.
So somebody's signaling to you?
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Not the door that they usually take someone in. They usually go the cell port route.
Because of what reason?
It's the way they usually do it.
Okay, it's the jail facility procedure?
Yeah, I mean, you can see it's kind of, I don't know how many people they take in through that door, but it's usually done through the sally port.
This is not the way you take somebody in to be booked?
Never.
Never, okay. And what is this area?
I think this is it's the area once they book you in. I think they kind of take you back there and you might be waiting your turn to see the magistrate.
So you're making your way to where now?
I'm making my way to the entry of the sally port area. I would have got off the first time.
So the actual booking area?
Yes.
Is this the booking area?
Yeah, that's where I was letting her know that we had a warrant. But I think they're asking me how come I came in that way, the wrong way.
Oh, okay. So, Your Honor, we'll work on getting that burned to a disc, and then with the audio eliminated. But do you want both versions?
You have to have both for the record, yes.
Okay. And we can have that ready by the next setting. So we'll refer to that. You said State's Exhibit 114 and 114A.
114A would be the muted version, and 114 would be the unredacted version.
So after Moreno was booked, did you return to the precinct?
Yes, that's where I parked my personal unit, my personal vehicle.
And do you recall when it was you prepared your report?
No, I do not.
Was it that same day, or was it at a later time? If you recall. If you don't, that's fine.
No, I don't.
And after the arrest occurred and you prepared your report, was there any kind of meeting with the constable about the arrest?
I think it was the next day.
And what occurred at that meeting?
I was advised that that arrest came out on TV, on the media, and I was asked kind of like why.
Why?
Like what happened? I think the words were what happened.
And what was the concern?
That the arrest was on the media,
But,
on the news.
okay, well, you were asked to leave the Sally Port in order to do the perp walk so you could wait for the media. I don't understand why you would be asked that question.
It sounded more of what happened. Like everybody knew what happened. I mean, we're advised of the warrant. Everybody knew what happened. Like more of what happened. Why were you guys on the news?
Okay.
You guys what? On the news.
What was your response to that?
Like my response was, I don't remember my exact response, but I kind of said it again and said I left because he called. I said he called me because I believe mine were sitting to my left.
And so and then what was the reaction to that?
He acted like he didn't know what I was talking about.
And how did you respond to that?
I told him that he could check my phone logs
To prove that you received
to
a phone
prove
call?
that he called me.
And what happened then in the conversation?
That's pretty much it. I mean, it was more of what happened that day, what happened with the arrest, and that's all I can remember.
Was there some concern about the delay in booking?
I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. And so you prepared a report. Were you asked to prepare more than one report?
standard, we just prepare one unless we have to redo it for some reason. Maybe there's a supervisor kicks it back and we have to redo it.
And were you asked to redo your report?
I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
I did not recall.
And after that meeting and after your report was completed, was there any other issue that arose about this arrest that you can recall?
Not that I remember, no.
Now, what is the next exhibit number?
115.
I would like to move to admit State's Exhibit 115, which is the grand jury subpoena. It's asking for the transport videos, onboard videos, and body camera videos for the arrest of Leo Moreno. It's directed to the custodian of records, attention Constable Michelle Barrientes Vela. It is dated with my signature on August 20th of 2019. Also, I'd like to move to admit State's Exhibit 116, which is an absence of business records affidavit filled out by Captain Mark Garcia on August 27th of 2019, stating that there are no transport videos, onboard videos, or body camera videos.
Is there any objection to 115 and 116? It doesn't sound like there's any testimonial.
Well, Your Honor, I believe the reason that they're offering 115 and 116 is to say that that Mark Garcia responded that there were no body cameras, onboard videos, body cam videos, and then they're going to say, because I guess he was trying to hide them or whatever. I mean, whatever it is. And then they're going to say that new constable has come in and then she found them and then she gave it to him. My objection to it is that this is not Mark Garcia's punishment here. And so all of this stuff that they're offering, they're trying to offer it to say that she's done all this stuff, but they're only able to do this by trying to connect the dots, saying that, oh, well, because Mark Garcia did it, it's his statement. This is his statement. His statement is made to a law enforcement agency. He is not going to be here to testify. And so, again, to us, these are testimonial statements that I'm not going to be able to cross-examine him on about how he filled this out, why he filled this out, whether or not she knew anything about this. And so then it's just going to be offered again as evidence. This whole time it feels like evidence of Mark Garcia or Captain Garcia in order to say that she did any of this stuff. Which, they had charged. They tried to charge her for perjury and dismissed it when it was up for trial. And they can't have Captain Garcia come in and testify to any of this. And so it puts us in this position of like, she is now being made to pay for his words and what he's doing without being able to cross-examine.
What is testimonial about saying there are no records?
Well, so the Bexar County District Attorney's Office, who has acknowledged that they are the investigating law enforcement agency, one of them, the originating agency, in this is, he is making a statement. He is making a statement that to a law enforcement agency, that's what that is, sworn and under oath. So his statement to a law enforcement agency, the DA's office.
But I would also point out the notary on this document is Leslie Hamels.
Right.
And I will remind the court that the elected of any agency is the top custodian of records and can designate others to be the business, for purposes of a business records affidavit, the custodian of records. Does not mean she is not responsible for this. Captain Garcia is not the one that the grand jury subpoena is addressed to. It is the defendant.
I know, but his statements in response to that are statements to a law enforcement agency about a law enforcement investigation.
I don't think that is testimonial because it is not giving a factual description or a specific observation with any event that would put the constable responsible for that answer. I mean, that's just a generic, there's nothing. I don't think that's testimonial. So that's different than the other Exhibit 100 that we talked about.
As long as the court is saying that this, because the prosecutor will argue in closing argument that that's what this is that she was trying to hide these body cams. She was. But as long as the court is saying...
She's not charged with that, though. So
no, of course not. A lot of this stuff she's not charged with. But, and I agree with you, Your Honor, I don't mean to be flippant, but that's kind of what we've been saying. But as long as the court is saying, I am not going to take this as she is trying to hide videos, or she is stating to the DA's office that the videos didn't exist, because it's clearly Mark Garcia that's doing it, then I don't have any problem. I mean, and I know you're not a jury, so I know that you can, you're able to differentiate that. But that's my worry of allowing that in without objection, is that they're really just trying to use this to say that she did, and that would be more appropriate in his punishment hearing.
I understand all that, and I'm not going to say what I'm considering it for. I'm saying it's not testimonial. It is not testimonial. It's coming in. So 115 and 116, the objection is overruled. Those are admitted.
Yes, Your Honor. And just for the record, the statements of we have no video, we have no body cam, we have no reports.
And by the way, this handwriting is exactly the same as the one that Susan Reed, not Susan Reed, I apologize, that's totally Susan Tristan. That was bad. That was a Freudian slip. That's the same.
I agree, and Mr. Sakanowitz
I think Mr. Sakanowitz testified he filled it out. So, was he representing Mark Garcia?
No. Additionally, Your Honor, they never gave us notice. Just going back to that, they never gave us notice under 3707 that they were offering this, or they were going to say that she was trying to hide body camera videos, or that she was trying to hide any of these things.
Which I have not said. He says that I'm going to say that.
I mean, but to that point, if you have a witness that's going to come in here and say, at the direction of the constable, Mark Garcia did this, and this, I mean, until then, I'm just hearing everything as it comes in.
Yes, Your Honor, and if that isn't the reason, and if that is not what it's being offered for, and she's not offering it to say that somehow Michelle has anything to do with it, then we would object on the relevance in 403, because then again, it's just, that's an issue for Captain Garcia's.
It is relevant. So I'm overruling the relevance. I'm overruling the no notice. I'm overruling it. They're in. I'm not going to change it.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Are we done for direct?
Actually, no, I just have a few more questions.
Okay.
Your Honor, I will say I know that you would want me to finish cross-examination, but if you have a mock trial, I'm a coach, and I have students that are starting practice tonight, so I have to go directly from there.
Well, can we start his cross on the 3rd, since it's your witness, and just do that on the 3rd?
On the 3rd? Sure.
And we can resume with everything else
because
on
you
the
won't
board.
be. Yeah,
Right.
And I can finish with my direct on the
Yes.
3rd as well. We can stop now. That's fine.
That doesn't mean we get a second wind and you come back in 4 hours across, please, Jason.
No, I think
Michael Reporter will not be happy.
I think I showed the court that I've been economical with time.
Okay, so let's do that then. Finish your direct. I'm sorry, Officer Castanon, you're going to have to come back.
Okay.
But it will just be for the cross and a redirect. But there's a break. There's a break. All right, go ahead and continue.
All right. So during the time that you were employed at Precinct 2, were you aware whether or not Murada was filing EEOC complaints against the defendant, Constable Vela?
I think I heard of it, but I didn't know too much about it.
Okay. And based on Murada filing an EEOC complaint against Constable Vela, did this take away from any of the duties that you were in charge of, or civil process service?
Can you say that again?
Based on Murada filing an EEOC complaint against Constable Vela, did that in any way take away from you performing your duties of the mandated civil process?
Me, no.
And did it in any way bring a negative or harmful environment to the agency by way of threats to the staff through threatening emails, letters, social media, phone calls?
Not that I'm aware of.
And did it endanger you as a deputy or any other deputies and the civilians in the facility on a daily basis?
Danger? No.
Based on Moreno filing an EEOC complaint against Constable Vela, were you caused to take precautionary measures when on duty and off duty because of death threats the agency received due to Moreno's EEOC documents?
I don't recall that.
There's no other questions for direct.
No, reserve my cross for the third.
What time do you want to start on the 3rd?
I would prefer to start in the afternoon if possible, so that, because I also have documents in the morning, I know you do.
The only thing about Mondays is that David has to leave by 4. So can you finish by 4?
I anticipate if we started at 1:30, I would be finished by 3:30.
I don't want to have the officer come back onto the street. And I need to honor what David does on Monday nights.
Judge, we'll be done with it.
Oh, you'll be done by October 3rd? Okay, good. Then we could reconvene Monday, October 3rd at 1:30 for the cross-examination of Officer Castanon. So until then, you are subject to the rule, not discuss your testimony with anybody. We'll see you back here. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
May I release the rest of the witnesses?
Yes.
And I will have them return on October the 4th. Okay, at 10:30?
Yes, that's a Tuesday. Jason, I need you to